case that I was going through, and it got to a point where, basically, long story short, I ended up taking a plea deal right before going to trial, and I was supposed to go do 30 days in jail. I didn't do that. What I did is do a notice to the people of the state of California and any interested parties, and basically I used the format. I said at one point in time, I, a man, believe that I had somehow done wrong. I've become more aware as I've realized that the plaintiff never appeared in this case, and no man testified in open court under oath or affirmation that I injured, harmed another man. There's no record of this case in existence. It's also in a file. No man ever spoken into an open forum. And then I said, furthermore, do you believe I am you? And they sometimes act as a deputy clerk believes I am you because they issue warrants. So I said, if any man wants to come forward and order me to live up to any agreements, I'm happy to entertain any and all claims. It is my wish that any order or warrant against my person be discharged, dismissed, and or cleared, and that any probation be revoked / terminated at this time of awareness. I require a prompt reply, as I believe you wish to move your claim against my person in an open court. Any man who executes an unlawful order and burdens me with that order will be held liable. See attached fee schedule. Then I verified it and signed it. Sent that in. Now,
okay, the first five lines are okay. Get rid of the next two, and the next seven were fine.
Okay, what part wasn't good?
Where you started to play with the you crap.
Okay.
Other than that, that was fine because that's a separate train of thought. You're running a good line, and then all of a sudden you went off rails a little bit. Then you came back on the rails. You went off a little bit.
Okay.
But other than that, it was fine. 5, 2, 7. You did fine. I mean, it's a little wordy, but it's fine, man. You got it, man. It's like, are you sure you're from Southern California? Because almost everybody's from Southern California, like total potheads, man. You were concise. It was pretty damn good.
Well, thank you. I mean, I've been studying and learning for a little bit now and trying to implement and see what's been working. Now, what I can say about this is because I had police contact about 2 weeks ago out here in LA. I was pulled over in my car. I had transferred the title out of my name into a friend's name, basically, and that had been about 3-4 months ago. For whatever reason, the DMV hasn't done that, and they ran the VIN number on the car, started asking me about this, the person, blah, blah, blah. I just remained silent, and they basically ended up looking up my name, and they said, you fit this description. And again, I just remained silent. And they found that these multiple warrants in these different counties in California do not cite and release, mandatory appearance required, and they cite releasing me. They did tow my car, however, and I'm in the process of trying to get that back right now, but they didn't arrest me, the man, for these warrants. So I feel like something was going on there. I have a girl I grew up with who is a police officer now, and I called her and asked her, is there any notes in there or anything, because I don't know why this is happening. She thinks it's just because it was non-extraditable warrants.
Okay, it might have been because what it was a misdemeanor, not felonies?
This is all misdemeanor stuff, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, that's what they would say. It was basically non-extraditable. See, because when I got busted for moonshine, it was considered a federal felony. So they said that anywhere within the state of North Carolina, I could be brought back in because it was originally classified as a felony. It was a misdemeanor, which the judge reduced it to. He says, in any place you travel in the United States, you will not be extradited for misdemeanor. But in North Carolina, you could be. But felonies, you will be. You know what I'm saying? You definitely will be. So if this is all misdemeanor, they just say, you know what, it's not extraditable. So that makes sense.
Okay, now what about...
She's telling you the truth, yeah. I'm sure she's telling you straight up, yeah, if it's a misdemeanor, she's not going to waste that time. You know how much cost it waste, the transport from point A to point B?
Yeah, no, I think you're right, too. My only question is now is, what do I do about this? The car's getting taken all the time, and, what if they do end up, taking me eventually? I mean, I have this itemized statement, and I have this letter that I just read you that I've sent in via mail, and it's into the court record now. So I mean, they have this itemized statement, and they haven't responded to my letter. So, your thoughts?
So what you could do is that you say that you want them to expunge the record. Are you telling them that you want them to expunge the record because the record was made in error? Is that what you're asking them to do, to clear the record, to get rid of it, to make it go away?
Well, you know what? Another thing I've done too, I was going to ask you about is I've resigned as the agent for the agency. That's another thing you probably are. Some you don't agree with. I know.
I don't play that. I don't play that.
Yeah.
I don't play that game.
Yeah.
Before you say that, who's the one who promotes that?
That guy Ken W.
Yeah, I don't know who he is. Sorry about that. But yeah, I've heard of that kind of nonsense, but I don't play that nonsense. I'm just a man. All I know is I'm a man. Is there another man who's making a claim I've done wrong? That's all I want to know. Anything else, I don't even acknowledge exists. Because, like I said, anything else that exists is still 24 hours, 7 days a week, a man. And I'm going to hold him liable if he moves a claim and anything other than the fact that he could prove by firsthand knowledge and he witnessed me doing him wrong. Other than that, so I'm going to hold him liable. I don't care what badge he's wearing. I don't care what color he's under.
So what if they just start arresting us and they're taking us to jail? Because going to court is fun.
This ain't Germany. This ain't Germany yet. You mean if they start arresting you?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, not us.
well, people that are doing these sort of things that end up having warrants out that are dealing with the name and the birth certificate and all this jazz that we know is surrounding this.
Yeah, they do grab all you people who do that crazy stuff. You know, and like I said, they don't go after people like me because I make them laugh their behinds off. They think it's really funny what I write. See, because like I said, that's all you have to do is just make them laugh. They say, you get the trick. You see the sleight of hand. You see the misdirection. You see the 10, 20 little simple words we use to control and manipulate you people, and you're throwing it right back at us. And so you like one of us. You see the joke. You get the joke. See, but when you put all this patriot nonsense in there, they go, oh, man, here we go. This guy's
Well, I don't play that. I don't ever pull that kind of stuff. I'm just trying to see what's been working. I'm just throwing everything against the wall. You did fine.
Right, like I said, you did fine up until you started playing that U game. And, I mean, I do the U game, but in a separate manner. I don't put it in the same context that the way that you did it. You know, you mixed, like, two different things. And, you know, you put, like, you're making cookies and you put you put cement in it. It's like, no, you're doing good, man. You're making a nice batch of cookies. Then why'd you throw a little cement in it? That doesn't make any sense. You want to do that. You do that in a separate letter. You do that in a separate notice. Like you see, like I said, when people said my case was dismissed in Alabama, and I said, oh, you think it's dismissed? What do you think that means? You think it's over? Yeah, good. You want me to see you put me about another 10, 20, 30 documents into that case? It's my case. I'll let you know when it's over. It's dismissed. Fine, they dismiss it. You can't dismiss my case. It's my case. I'll keep doing. But what I'm trying to say is you give them notice of this, and then you give them notice of that. If you want to say that you were interpreting me as a you were believing I was a person and a man. But at all times, I just stood in the capacity in court as a man, not as a person, which would make you a you. You'd make it the man and the person, and a man is a person who owes a duty and an obligation to a society in which he's held a title or has been ascribed a certain role. Now, you're a man, and you could be a person, but at all times you're a man. You know what a person means, correct?
Yes, correct. That's illegal fiction.
No. A person is a man who holds an obligation or duty to a society in which he ascribed. So if you're saying that I will be a licensed driver, you write your name on a document, you are now a person within that society, within that driving license authority or agency. You bound yourself into the second dimension. You are now a person, but a person is a man. Okay?
Okay, so my problem though is like they'll pull me over. I've tried to discharge the license. I don't have the license, but they're identifying me with this person, so they're taking my property.
Right, they're identifying you as the person on that driver's license. So when they do that, they're just going to do it. You just know it. It's just going to be a natural instinct for them to say, hey, you're the person. This is the car. We're taking the car. You're just going to make the claim for your property, the restoration of your property.
So how do I do that?
Just say you have my property, and I claim a vested interest in that car. Like I said to a cop one time on a witness stand, that white Camaro you pulled over, did you help me build that car? No. Did you put any money into that car? No. Did you loan me that car? No. Do you have any vested interest in that car? He's like, no. So do you think you could tell me what color I could paint it? No. Do you think you could tell me what kind of engine I could put in it? No. Do you think you could tell me how fast I could drive it? No. There you go. Is there anybody who's going to come to this courtroom today that can tell me how fast I can and cannot drive my property, my car? Is there anybody who's going to come to this courtroom today that can tell me how fast I can and cannot drive?
So if they hand you this notice of stored vehicle, then the one to go to address it would be the tow yard, or would it be?
It'd be the man who thought that he had the cojones to touch my property.
Yeah, so that's
who's the man who called up that tow? Who's the man who calls the tow truck to touch my car? Like if some man calls up a tow truck company right now and hooks up one of my cars and from my property and drives it off, what do you think? I'm going to sue the tow truck driver? No, I'm going to sue the guy who called the tow truck driver to touch my property.
So that would be the officer then.
I don't know who touched it. If you're saying there was a man named Joe Officer, yeah, sue Joe Officer. That's a funny name. You mean Bob? You mean a man named Bob? Who for 8 hours one day decided to be an officer? You're suing the man. You're suing.
I don't have. Yeah, but there's no name on here. It just said the tow company and that it was impounded. That's it.
Okay, and who called up the tow company?
I don't know. How am I supposed to?
Why don't you call the tow company? Say, hey, who called you? Who told you to come and take my car?
And they're going to say,
what do you think they're going to tell you? We have no effing idea? Or do you think they're going to give you kind of an idea who told you to come and do it?
They're going to say LAPD.
Good. So you're going to sue Mr. or Mrs. LAPD. An idea who told you to come do it.
They're going to say LAPD.
Good. So you're going to sue Mr. or Mrs.
I thought it had to be a man.
That's right. Because they're telling you LAPD. You're presuming LAPD is not a man or a woman. That's right. See, you would say that somebody like me, like Karl, you're being silly. No, because you said that the tow truck company said LAPD called them. LAPD needs vocal cords to operate a telephone, needs fingers to push the dial, okay? So what's going to happen is when you sue LAPD, okay, when you put it LAPD, say, hey, where's the LAPD attorney for the LAPD? The LAPD say, LAPD did not call. They say, oh, LAPD did not call? Then who called? You see what I'm saying? You're going to have to try to find the man or the woman who actually did the phone call. Who called? If they just
usually the person that made the citation, did you get a ticket?
Yeah, I got a ticket.
Okay, at the time you got the ticket, that officer who wrote that ticket is most likely the one that called the tow truck. At the time you got the ticket. So you got his name right there.
Right. Well, like I said,
I have his badge number and his last name. I mean, officer.
Okay. Again, what I'm trying to say, sir, if you got any kind of a name, again, you're just presuming it's a first name, it's a last name. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. You just sue. If the tow truck company says LAPD called, okay, you're just going to make a suit and say, okay, LAPD. You're going to call up LAPD. You're going to look in the phone book and say, oh, there's LAPD. Hey, LAPD, you got a legal department. Yeah, I got a legal department. Okay. And then you send the notice to the legal department for LAPD. Say, LAPD made a phone call to Tom's tow truck company. He towed my car. Tom's tow truck company towed my car. I want LAPD to compensate me for towing my car. You know LAPD is going to have a legal department.
Yeah.
Let them worry about who called up Tom's towing. Why should you worry? Let them worry about it.
Okay. All right. Well, that's something I haven't tried yet. So
that's what I
need to do that.
Right. I
haven't tried to get all of these legal departments yet. So that's something I haven't.
Yeah. You know, and I know every single cop. You know, and I know every single government agency and government entity has a legal department. You say, okay, LA was the Los Angeles Police Department legal department, just like I did. Like, say, I had a problem with my internet today. I said, where's your legal department? And they said, it's in Germantown, Maryland. I said, oh, great, lovely. I said, you got their phone number? They said, yeah, and they gave me their phone number for the legal department. What do you think, I want to talk to a customer service kid? I'm not going to waste my time talking to a customer service kid. I want to talk to the legal department. Why would you want to talk to anybody in LAPD other than the legal department? You know they have a legal department. You know they're the ones that are going to answer any claim. You know if Officer Bob...
That's a good point. That's something that we don't really talk about. I like that.
If Officer Bob if Officer Bob if you sue Officer Bob, he's going to automatically turn it right over to his legal department. He said, the legal department, what do I do with this? And the legal department will advise him, right? Yeah, that's why they got risk management, and that's why risk management sets up legal defenses and pays cops and government agencies and government agents their legal fees.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Just go right to the legal law. No, you're right. So like I said, that's the safest. If you don't know the officer's name, if you just like, look, I don't know the officer's name, but LAPD, okay, yeah, great. You know what? LAPD's got a fucking legal department. I'm going to send it right over to the legal department. I'm not even going to waste my time. And they'll decipher. They'll figure out who touched that man's car.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because we got a hell of a funny guy in Mark in Atlanta. He finally sent off the letter. It took him a long time. He got pot taken from him, from a cop, you know, a man who was wearing a, you know, uniform as a cop out of his car. So Mark finally put the letter to the chief of police down there in the Atlanta area where he lives, to the cop, you know, whatever the cop's name is, Ivan or something like it's a Polish name or something like that, and to the legal department that he wants his property. He wants the immediate restoration of his property. So it's funny because this is a great case because the most he could get for the crime of having that much pot was like $50 fine and, you know, 1 hour in jail. So what a hell of a case to make the claim for getting your pot back, you know, because he's not looking at 20 years in jail. He's not looking at a $20,000 fine if he claims that's his pot. The most he could get if he claims it's his pot is like a $50 fine and 1 hour in jail. Yeah, if he claims that's it. So what a case, because if he gets his property restored, the restoration of his property, one little joint, if he gets his one little joint back, what's the difference of them not giving him back 1 joint or 1 kilo or 1 megaton of pot? Like 1 piece of pot is the same as 1,000,000 pieces of pot. So if he could win his case and show that 1 joint has to be turned back over because that's his property, billions of joints got to be turned back if a man makes a claim for billions of joints to be turned back to him. And he could use Mark's case. He's like, what's the difference? One joint? 2 joints? 100 joints? It's that man's property. Why'd you give the man that back that 1 joint? Well, it was his property. We had to give it back. There you go. I said, yeah, Mark, get your joint back in pot, man, and fucking fire it up in open court.
That's awesome. I love that. Just real quick, Karl, so when you pull the U game then, because you were saying I didn't do it correctly in the paperwork, I didn't execute it the right way, when do you use that correctly?
Like I said, the U game is, the only time I use U game is when they're originally sending me some documents to say, I see that in this letter that you sent to me, IRS, you refer to me as you. Do you mean thee, thou, or thy? Do you mean me in a singular sense or me in a plural? Do you believe that there's jointed between I, a man, and I and my person? And do you believe I'm bound by some sort of contract or rules or terms of obligations in which I subscribed? You see what I'm saying? In that kind of a context, when someone's saying that I believe you owe me money, who, me and my person, or just me, the man? Who do you believe owes money? The man who's going to testify in open court, or the person? Which one do you believe owes you the debt? Who's going to testify in open court, or the person?
Okay.
Which one do you believe owes you the debt?
And that's what you asked too. Do you believe I owe a debt? Do you believe it is true? And do you believe it is due or posted?
Well, the reason why I asked the you to them is I'm getting joined between them as a man and them in their official capacity under color of law, because you can't sue them under color of law. You can't sue the prosecuting attorney. You can't sue a judge. You can't sue a court clerk. But you can sue Susie, who acts as a court clerk. You can sue Bob, who acts as a judge. You can sue Joe, who acts as a cop. But you can't sue cop, Joe, you can judge, or clerk. But when you say, do you believe I owe a debt? So when I was saying that to the state prosecutor, do you believe I owe a debt? Is state prosecutor Bob and the state prosecutor uniform that you're wearing, the costume that you're wearing at this time, not only does the state prosecutor believe it, but Bob, do you also believe it as well? So Bob's going to have to take the witness stand. That's why the judge laughed. He goes, Bob's going to have to come out of that costume and take the stand and perform.
Okay, so let me give you an example. Here's a scenario. So let's say I'm in this county, even though they're just misdemeanor warrants. I get pulled over for whatever reason. They identify me with this person. They take me in on the warrants, and then I go before the judge. That would be the time to pull the U game then, most likely, right?
No, because like I said, the big thing is you want to find out who issued the warrants. Because
that's hard to find out. They just put like initials, like M. Bang, you know. So you have like kind of a last name, you have an initial for a first name, but you know, it's hard to pinpoint.
The magistrate. Okay, somebody had to issue the warrant, right? And then the magistrate just stamps it to be executed, and then the sheriff's department issues it to hands it off to the deputies to go carry out the warrant. So
I'm looking at one of them right now.
But the magistrate should have. There should be some sort of like a seal from the magistrate.
There's a seal from the Superior Court of California, from the county.
Okay, but who was? Okay, then I guess, like I said, because when that lady got arrested the other day, she thinks she's on Angela's call right now. I don't know if she's still on it or not. Let me see if she's on there, Lady Fairfax. She's on there still, and she'll tell you exactly what happened when I told her to go down there and find who issued the warrant. She hung up. Yeah, she was just on the computer. But I told her to go down there and find out who issued the warrant on her. And she said the officer issued the warrant, and the magistrate granted him the warrant to have him go executed. So then the officer who was investigating the domestic violence he issued the warrant, and he wished for the magistrate to have it delivered upon the sheriff's department, so the sheriff's department would go out there and execute the warrant. So obviously, she was like, well, who issued this warrant? The magistrate? I'm going to go sue the magistrate for issuing this warrant. It's like, no, the magistrate didn't issue the warrant. The magistrate just granted the issuer the warrant to be recognized as true. And then she's just going to pass it off to the sheriff's department, like 8 o'clock in the morning. The deputies will line up at the courthouse to get warrants that they have to go issue that day. That the warrants have to go execute that day. Sorry for that. Issue warrant. Execute, it's different. So you can't hold the deputy liable who's just executing the warrant. You don't hold the magistrate liable for stamping the warrant. You hold the issuer of the warrant liable. Like I said, I could issue a warrant for your arrest to have you be brought into a court on the 22nd day after you failed to answer my civil claim against you. You have one more chance, because I don't want a default judgment, and I certainly don't want a summary judgment against you. I want a judgment that reads that you had the opportunity to answer, you were there, you were competent, you had the ability to say something, and you chose to stand mute, and you had the chance to defend yourself, put up your dukes and fight, and you chose not to, and I'm going to win. Because if you get a default judgment or a summary judgment, they could always be overturned. They could always be considered void judgments, because nobody ever spoke in open court. No, I didn't press the record, and you didn't come to court to explain why you didn't appear. You could have been in a coma. You could have been on the other side of the world. You could have been marooned on a desert island. There's many reasons why you didn't appear in court that day. So if I could issue a warrant for you to be dragged into court, I'm going to issue the warrant for you to be dragged into court. Now,
this is even better, Karl, because this is better because they're saying that, no, you were supposed to go do jail time. You're supposed to go sit in jail for 30 days. That's what the court is trying to say. So that's what the violation is. Oh, you didn't comply with the court order.
That's because you believed you did wrong and you confessed. You convicted yourself, right?
Basically.
Okay, a conviction. Okay. When you believe in Jesus is going to come back, you have a conviction, right? Okay. You have a belief. See, a conviction means you have a belief. So whenever you hear people whenever you hear judges or lawyers making jokes, they say 99% of the people in jail convicted themselves. Yeah, that's right. They had a belief that they'd done wrong. They didn't know how to say, wait a second, where's the man that I've done wrong? They believed that some violation of a code was wrong. No, it's an infraction of a code. It's not a wrong. A wrong is wanton, deliberate intent to hurt or harm or injure another man. Smoking pot in your car on the side of the road is not wrong. You believe it's wrong because when you see a cop, you put the joint out, you roll the windows down, you try to get it all out, because you think you're doing something wrong. Mm-hmm. Right. So by your actions, you're showing that you believe you've done something wrong. Because the whole world or the whole society has been led to believe that smoking a joint is wrong. To me, I say, how is it wrong? You know, if you're causing anybody injury, harm, or loss, then it's wrong. But why don't you people just parade right down Main Street smoking? What the hell is you people's problem? Why are you people hiding it? And it's like, oh, here comes a cop, put that out, put that out.
It's such a gigantic paradigm shift to make the leap from citizen, entity, whatever, person, to the man. Yeah. A lot of people. Yeah. And it's amazing, isn't it? I find it really interesting that we're so enveloped in the program that they programmed us with. It takes a long time to get to that point where you step out of that.
The higher your grade point averages was in school, the more A pluses and gold stars you got, the harder it's going to be to understand what I'm doing. Because they indoctrinated you guys. I have so much easier time dealing with, like, say, a housewife that really didn't give a damn about school, or a guy who left school when he was in second or third grade, than I have with people who actually have a high school or college education. It's almost impossible for me to get through to these people. Because they are so absorbed. They are right. You can't show them the simplicity and the beauty of such simplicity. Like, you not see me, Tarzan, you, Jane do wrong, Jane don't do wrong to Tarzan. So Jane give back to Tarzan. That's it. And the church is like, holy crap, this guy figured it out. How did he figure it out? Well, he made a claim. He's not complaining. He states the facts. Jane did wrong. Jane give back. It's simple. And you guys are like, oh, Hale versus Hinkle law. The United States Constitution, or there's a third article, Court of Confederation, and the Pilgrims have this a charter or the Compact Act. It's like, oh, geez, you guys got to stop. This is all just misdirection and confusion. This is not acting like a man saying, I make a claim, somebody done me wrong, I want compensation, I owe this is what's due to me. Or somebody saying, who's making a claim that I owe them? Who's making a claim that I owe what they claim is due? Where is it? Where is this man? Where is this woman? I'm not dropping down to your level. You're going to come up to my level. I'm in the image of God. You're going to come and talk as a man. I'm not going to talk to my servants. You're a public servant. I'm the public. I'm not going to drop down and talk to you. You just do your effing job and leave me alone.
You know, they've been... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Angela. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Because I was going to say you got like 53 seconds and we hit the 2-hour mark. Yay.
Well, are you tired? Do you want to get off the phone?
No, you can just ask me whatever the question was you want to ask me.
Well, I was going to ask you, you know, I think I mentioned it to you briefly on the phone about my friend who, you know, he's on a fixed income and now they've reassessed him because this living situation changed, and so they're deducting $200 a month from his Social Security, or is it, maybe it's his supplemental security income, and he had a right to appeal that decision and ask for a reassessment, which he filled out the paperwork and sent it in, and that was 3 months ago, and they're supposed to get back to him, I think, within 19 days. But they haven't, they've just ignored him. And there's an article online about how terrible the Social Security, they're not giving people their right to due process. In other words, you know, they're asking for, go ahead.
You know why? Because people are sitting around like him and complaining. Right? Is he sitting around with other people and making claims in his local mom and pop district court?
He's kind of a disabled person.
Okay, is there a reason why he can't just make 2 or 3 simple sentences like, they have a duty and an obligation in which they ascribe to this lady named Susie. Susie has been in dereliction of duty in which she's failing to perform a service or function in which society is paying her, to perform. Why can't he just make simple claim like that and saying she's refusing to do her job?
Well, he can't.
And by her failure to perform in a duty in which she's acquiring, public funds to do her job, is causing him harm. It's causing him a financial loss. Why can't he just, there you go, it's at the 2-minute mark, 2-hour mark, yay, just download whatever I just said, and there you go, there's your perfect claim.
Yeah, wait, I want to ask you.
It's a claim. And when she gets dragged before the court, she's going to say why she believes that she can collect a salary, she could collect an income, she could collect money from the public and not perform a job in which she said that she would perform.
Well, they usually do the appeals. Someone else does the appeal that's not familiar with the case.
I didn't say appeal. I didn't say appeal within their system. I said take you to your local mom and pop county court, like you guys would call small claims, but my 1 penny claim is a huge claim. I don't define my claim. They might say my claim is, it's so tiny, it's so insignificant, we're going to call it small. No, my claim is a claim. It means the world to me. If it was worth me getting off my behind and going down to the courthouse and filing something, that is tremendous effort. That took me a lot. That took me 50 years to know what I'm doing. That's a huge claim. That claim is amazing for me to be able to put pen to paper. It took me 12 years of school, and I had to learn how to drive, get insurance for my car. That's a massive claim. So don't anybody fucking diminish my claim by saying, that's only a penny. Look, it's a penny to you, it might mean the world to me. Don't you tell me how much this penny is worth. What happened if the Dalai Lama swallowed it, he pooped it out, I went up to the Himalayas, and I got it. That penny could be worth $1 million. Don't tell me how much my penny's worth. All I'm saying is I'm making a claim, it's mine, and back off. And so he's saying that this is what he's due as compensation, and some lady has the capacity to make it happen, and for some reason she's derelicting her duty, and for some reason she doesn't feel like performing that function in which society is paying her to do her job, to make a claim against her, and let her answer in court. Say, I don't have to give you due process, sir. I don't have to process your claim because I don't feel like it because I'm the United States, Social Security, I'm the United States, this, I'm the United States, and I can go tell you, go F yourself, and what are you going to do about it? Let her say that in open court in front of a trial by jury. Let her say it. Let her give the reason why that this man has been being done wrong.
What if he doesn't have the name of the person?
Oh, he doesn't know who's supposed to. Okay, then he's just slack and lazy.
No, I'm just saying, what if? What happens if he doesn't know who's the one that did it? It's just a computer deal or something. You've got 1 million people sitting in a room.
He doesn't know. He can't call up and say who's been assigned my case. He can't do that. And they'll say nobody. It's like,
okay, no. What if he has done that several times and they never get back to him?
Okay, he says, who's been assigned my case? So he wrote them a letter, and he says, yeah, my name is Bob Johnson, and
I've got a case. When he calls the number, he doesn't get he has to leave a message.
What the hell is wrong with you people that for some reason you forgot how to pick up a pen and paper and use ink? When I say to everybody all the time, the only way to properly answer the court is in writing. Have I ever said to you people, use your tongue that God gave you? No. Did I ever say flap your tongue? No. Did I ever say pick up the phone and make a call? No. You guys can listen to over 100 shows that I've done. I've always had paper and pen, paper and pen, paper and pen. Is there some reason why he can't put it in paper and pen and write to them?
He has. He sent them
And then what did he do? He sent them a letter, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then after he sent them the letter, he gave them what, 3 days, 10 days, 20 days to answer the letter?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he went out and got a process server, okay? And a process server made delivery of the letter?
No. I don't think he went that far. He didn't go that far.
Because the benefits aren't worth it? It's not worth making the claim?
I guess.
Why don't you just get a process? Why do you just get because he's too young, he's a young kid and he doesn't know? how to operate within the public?
No, he's an older gentleman. He can't get around that easily. He can't get back and forth. He's he's like in a locker situation.
Ma'am, I had a process server deliver upon the court and the people I was suing in Alabama. I had them sued over a telephone.
Oh, yeah?
What did that have to do with me going down to Alabama to call up a process server? It's like processserversareus.com. It's like they're all over the United States.
I didn't know you could have someone served over the phone.
Right. You call up a process server, and the processserver.com company will give you like 4 or 5, 20 people, 100 people in your neighborhood. They'll be more than glad to, for $50 to go serve your letter on a party that's not answering. Because as soon as they're not answering, the process server says, "Hey, look, I handed that person that letter, and he's going to write a statement to you say that I made a delivery to this man or this woman on this day at this time." So now you got proof that this person is deliberately ignoring you. That this person has been assigned this job to answer, and they're not doing their job. So now that's just proof. When you go into court, it's like, look, I did every attempt to communicate with this person. This person has a duty and obligation to communicate back with me. For some reason, this person feels to be derelict in their duty. And by that dereliction of duty, go to your finance division of your state. Look for risk management. It clearly says when somebody's dereliction of duty in the course of somebody harm or loss as a state employee, the compensation is due. Make a claim that somebody's derelict in their duty is causing you harm. Look at this simple example with potholes. Now, I forgot what city they were doing it in. It was Ohio or Cleveland or Chicago, and they were saying people are coming in, and the city is compensating them for not fixing the holes in the ground. And people's cars are being damaged, and the cities are paying out millions of billions of dollars this winter because of potholes. It's dereliction of duty. They have a certain duty to perform a certain function in which they're getting paid. And when they're not doing it, you can make a claim for compensation that your car got damaged. She can make a claim for compensation that his life is being impacted by the fact that this woman has a certain duty and obligation. She's accepting federal funds or government funds or public funds, and she's derelict in her duty. Make a claim. Just as like asking what if his car hit a pothole and it dented his rim. I tell him the same damn thing. Why not? Who's in the charge of that department? Say that there's some subordinates of theirs are in dereliction of duty, and you've accrued a financial loss due to their actions or inactions.
That was it right there. Thank you so much. That was it. That was just all I wanted to know. Very good. Thank you so much.
What we're doing is we're basically calling Regina to the bench, the Queen.
Oh.
That's what we're basically trying to do. We're just saying, it's Regina versus these people. And it's like, okay, we asked a very simple question. We just said, we first gave them a notice that we were going to require them to transfer the jurisdiction, evoke jurisdiction over the Queen's bench, over the common law side. And then they gave them a claim that they wanted their property restored, the restoration of property, all the equipment, not so much the pot, but at least the equipment, because that was thousands of dollars. And we said, oh yeah, by the way, this Regina, this Her Majesty the Queen, is between Her Majesty the Queen Regina versus Joe. Are we talking about Elizabeth, Mary Alexander, born the 21st of April of 1926? Are we talking about a woman? Did I do a woman wrong? Is this woman going to appear? I'm sure you have plenty of witnesses to appear, but will you have the actual plaintiff appear to make a claim I've done wrong? Because in the land, a man or a woman can make a claim.
Have they responded back yet?
What they did is they tried to send these folks a whole bunch of photos of. Oh, it's funny. Here, let me tell this man, turn the thing down because I'm still hearing a bad echo.
Hello? Got really quiet there.
Yeah, so like I said, we wrote a really nice So what was funny is the lady wrote a really nice letter to, let me see if I can find it on my cell phone real quick. And we wrote a really nice letter back. She wrote to them. Yes, she wrote. I'll read it to you. Oh, hello, Jim. That's right. The man is the prosecutor. His name was Jim. Jim Hastings or something like that. It was Jim. Thank you for all your recent exhibits and disclosure regarding the trespass robbery that occurred at my home. See, so she's flipping it around. She's like, oh, thank you. I forgot about all this stuff you stole. So thank you for all the recent exhibits disclosure regarding the trespass robbery that occurred at my home. This is a further benefit to helping I build my claim against Regina, or Majesty the Queen. We had forgotten just how much was stolen, and again appreciate your efforts in bringing this to our attention. You do know that I am a man, and Catherine, a woman, have the right to require of you to bring your complaint before a Queen's bench, and before a trial by jury, in a court of record. This is a common law land, where a man makes the law of the rules of the court. The rules of court are that I have the right to cross-examine my accuser, and I know you will be sure to have Regina present on March 31st, 2014, so I could exercise my right to cross-examine the man or woman who claims I have done wrong. There you go. So that was really
so have you?
That lady who,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's just really nice that the lady wrote that to the prosecutor, the current prosecutor.
And have you heard back?
No, I think she wrote it yesterday, and the current prosecutor will come in on Monday, obviously. Because today's what, Thursday? Yeah, she wrote that yesterday to the crown prosecutor. So what she did is she got nervous, so I said to her, you have to put it in the crown file so the crown realizes what they're looking in, what they're walking into on Monday. So I said, make sure you send a copy of that letter to the judge's clerk. And the judge will, the clerk will make sure she gets to the judge and you're communicating with the other side, trying to settle and trying to establish the rules of the court in which you'll appear. And send a copy to the prosecutor, obviously, and then send a copy to the court clerk. So when she got to the court clerk's office, they were like, we don't accept letters. We only accept forms. So I said, so they're like, oh, but Karl, you always tell us not to send forms. I said, I know, say that. And when you want to go into the Crown's case, if you want to go into somebody else's case, I want to enter into my suitcase, I'll tell you how you can enter into my suitcase. If you want to enter my suitcase, I require you to do this, this, and this. If you want to place something into their suitcase, if their requirements are for you to do this, that, and that, you agree, you do it. So I said, just tell the lady, look. He said, what forms do we use? I said, you know what? Just ask the lady, look, give me every single form you got behind that counter. I'll give you $1 for every claiming every form you got. And then I said to Joe, just bring it home, read to me all the forms that you got, and I'll tell you which one you should attach it to. I didn't say embed it in. I said attach it to. You don't want to embed it in it, but you want to attach it. So when he went back there, he said the lady gave him an affidavit. She said, honestly, it's this one. She gave him the one form. Instead of giving him 500 forms, she actually knew what he wanted to do. She was just messing with him because they've been messing with these people for a year or two now, giving them 2, 3, 4 inches of paperwork. Okay, yeah, just like I said up here in Canada in some city called Estevan. I thought these people were messing with me because they asked me to come and help them. And I said to them, the man had to turn himself into jail on Tuesday, into the prison system up here. And I said to them, let me read your case. So I read his case and said, okay. I seen that you were trying to work with the CRA, IRS, and in 2004, they defined you as a contract. In 2006, they said you had to define yourself as self-employed, and you still define yourself as a contractor. So you broke the rule, but no harm intended because you were led to believe that you were doing everything according to 204, but you just never bothered reading the amended code in 2006. He said, that's right. He says, in that 2008, they came after me, but I didn't really know why, because everything was the same the way I filed in 2004. I said, yeah, but see, in the code, it shifted from saying the contract to self-employed. I said, that kind of sounds like a very minor penalty, very minor word. It doesn't really seem like they should have really come kicking in your French doors and coming in with battering rams, especially since you leave your doors open because it's a bread and breakfast establishment. So I see where they kind of went overboard for just, I don't understand why they did what they did. So I said, can you show me the final order of the court that says you have to turn yourself in on Tuesday? He says, what final order? I said, okay, you had a trial, yes. And you were judged to, the judge said you had to turn yourself in on Tuesday, yes. Can I please see the order? He says, there is no order. I said, don't mess with me. Because I had this guy was an Indian. I said to the white guy who was with me, get me out of here. These guys are lying. There has to be an order. I said, you know what, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll wait till Monday. So on Monday we called it the Crown. I said, hey, Crown, yeah, I got Mr. McCall here, and he's trying to tell me that, he's trying to Zoom me and tell me that there's no written order for him to come in on Tuesday. She said, well, there isn't. I said, what? How are you going to record this? Why is he doing in your prison? Okay, ma'am, I said, this is funny. He filed an appeal, right? Yeah, okay. Well, he needs, when he has an appeal, he has to have the case file. He has to have the transcript. He has to have the final order, and then he submits his initial brief. Okay. How did an appeal court make a ruling when one of those 4 documents were missing? They can't even start the appeal. It's like, oh, he already lost the appeal. Ma'am, ma'am, this is simple procedure. Where's the final order? Jake is turning himself in on Tuesday, tomorrow, at 9 o'clock. I thought this guy was Zooming me. Are you telling me there is no final order? He said, well, no. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. These IRS or whatever you're talking about, or CIA or whatever 3-letter agencies are, they're not putting anybody's name on paper, so nobody could be held liable. So Jake is basically just said, the judge said, well, Jake, just go to the top of the building, put the noose over your neck, and throw yourself off the building for us. Just kill yourself. I was like, Judge, you want to put that in writing? You want me to go in a prison cell? Can you please put that in writing, that you order me to turn myself in? I said, did anybody order Jake to come in? He's like, no. I said, you're kidding me. It's not in writing that Jake has to turn himself in. There's nothing in writing. No. Okay. I called to the court clerk. I said, court clerk, what's going on? You know and I know the procedure. Where's the final order of the court? Was there a judgment rendered? Yes. You sat there till what, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon, 2, 3 in the morning? Yeah. The judge got done. How many cases did you have that week? 2 cases a week maybe in that little tiny courthouse? When the judge came out that day and said, hey, how did the Jake trial go? Oh, we found Jake guilty. Oh, good, Judge. So you have an order that you want me to sign and seal and stamp and put into the case file and lock it up in a vault? I said, where did the order? It should have said basically, by the ruling of the Estevan Court, I, the judge, duly elected, signed, sworn witness on this day that Jake was rendered to be in custody of the, Crown, whatever division, Regina, Saskatchewan, on the 18th, 2014. That piece of paper, man. That piece of paper that the judge signed, you signed, and you put a timestamp on it, and you filed. Where's the final order that Jake had to have to file the appeal? Where's the final order? They said, we never made one. I said, you're kidding me. You got to be kidding me. And I said, Jake, you're not lying. I said, okay, you're just stupid. You're not lying. I said, and he said, like, Dean Clifford was up there, and somebody named Gavin was up there. I said, and nobody noticed. Nobody noticed that there was no final order. How are you people just turning yourselves into jail? So we wrote a nice little claim, against Gavin, not Gavin, the folks in Estevan. So we made a little claim, that this man was going to be caused harm if the court executes its final order, because there is no final order. Man is going to be caused harm. The court exists to benefit man. Man, if a court executes its final order, man's going to be harmed. Do as you wish. So it was funny, when he turned himself in, like he said he was going to do, I said, look, don't do a Geronimo's Last Stand. Turn yourself in. And totally consent, totally comply, because this is going to be a heck of a claim. He turned himself in on Tuesday. It was funny. They said his family went by on Tuesday night at 9 o'clock at night. And he said the courtroom was wide open. They said 3 judges were in there, the head clerk was in there, and the head prosecutor, and some black car that had Canada on a license plate, a big black SUV, and they said that's a provost marshal's car, was in there. Jake, they talked to Jake that night. Jake said, I love it here. They transferred him to the big Regina prison in Saskatchewan. He said, I usually have a damp cell with a wooden bench and a little flat mattress,
He said, Karl, I get room service. I got a beautiful soft bed. I didn't know they had rooms like this in this prison, in this penitentiary. He says, I order 3 meals a day, and I get whatever I want. He says, I ain't going home. He says, I'm staying. I said, well, good. I said, enjoy the 3 or 4 days I spent to talk to you. Let some of the information I have filter down through your head. It's going to take a while. I said, look at it this way. Gandhi did his best work from jail. Nelson Mandela did his best work from jail. I said, Muhammad did his best work from a cave. He wrote the Quran. I said, enjoy it. Enjoy a little rest time away from the wife and kids. He said, yes, this is great. I said, yes, they realize that they're messing with a man, and they realize that they messed up big time. That you're sitting inside of a penitentiary, and there's no order for you to be there. How did you get in that building when there's no order? You just walked in, and there's no order? Reprimanding you to be, ordering you to be there?
So where did he go from here?
He's just going to kick back and relax for a couple of days, and everybody's trying to scramble in Estevan and Saskatchewan, trying to figure, ma'am, he doesn't, Angela, he don't want to go home. He said, this is like the 5-star resort. He doesn't want to go home. He said, this is like a 5-star resort. He said, I never knew they had jail cells this wonderful in prison. I said, did you ever ask? When you ever went to jail before, did you ask if you got better accommodations? You know, I'm a man, and you're here to benefit me. And, you know, this jail cell is going to cause me harm, and I know you don't want to cause me harm. You know I'm a man, right? So they're causing him absolutely no harm.
Okay, but at some point in time, he's going to want to go home. He probably has responsibility.
He's going to go home eventually. I'm sure they're going to just say, look, there's been a terrible grave error. I hope you forgive us. Yeah, we realized they're going to blame some, oh, you know what they showed him? They showed him like this long form. I got to get a copy of this long form. You're going to laugh your behind off. It just said he owed $14,000. It didn't say go to jail, but it said there was a CRA, like an IRS long form. And it said something about he owed $114,000. And the court clerk, I said, that's the best you could find on Jake's case is somebody named Lululemon. Who's Lululemon? He's like, well, that was some girl who would just go from province to province and sign paper on behalf of CRA. I said, like IRS. I said, okay, great. Where is the paperwork that was signed by the judge who was seated that day on, you know, back in like 2012, 2013, whenever this trial was? What did he witness that day? What's the piece of paper that he witnessed the judgment of the court? Where is that final order? Because you can't have a final appeal without a final order. You can't appeal something in the middle of the trial. You have to wait until the final judgment comes in. Where is the freaking court order? The order of the court. Where is it? Well, this is the best we got is Lululemon. Where can we find Lululemon? You know what the court clerk said? Well, she was kind of a young girl, and she found a man and she fell in love, and she went off, and we can't find her again. This is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard in my life.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, so like I said, we got to get that. We got to get those people on your show next week if they want to get them on. The wife's name was Karen, and the other guy was Donald Allen, and they were like, "This is when they met me," and I was like, "I read the whole entire case file," and I said, "Okay, you made a little mistake. You should have declared yourself as a self-employed and not a contractor, but no big deal." I said, "That's what my mom does for a living. She'll sit and she'll look at the computer, and she does tax preparing for people or helps people with businesses, and she'll look at the computer with wake up in the morning, a cup of coffee, says there have been any amendments in the code. I got a 347 customer, a 322 customer, a 511 customer, and she'll just scan. No amendments in those codes. Okay, I don't have to modify anybody's IRS return, and that's it." But these people who they're doing an IRS tax return, maybe they did it 100% correct in 2004. And like Dean, they changed the code on him just at the first year, whatever they changed the code on him. So when he went to work back through the code that he believed was still legitimate and good, when he found out, they changed the code on me. Yeah. So everything that you put in there before that you're putting in now is either illegal, could get you in a lot of trouble, or just makes absolutely no freaking sense because you're not a code decipherer, so stop using that code.
For the Crown, I had a pretty good battle with my judge, and the Crown didn't even get to talk. I didn't give him a chance. And the judge said at the end, I asked him what jurisdiction does the court have over me, and he wouldn't answer. So then I asked what jurisdiction the trial would have over me, and he refused to answer that.
So then I just said that the record take note that the judge wouldn't answer my question. And he said just before that he wanted me to write a letter to the Crown addressing my jurisdiction and issues. So my question is, how would I would I do that letter, or do I just
the judge doesn't have jurisdiction over you.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
The Crown is right. You have to address it to the judge. You can say to the judge, "Sir, before we proceed, may I address the Crown, or may you present this to the Crown? And here, let me give you a piece of paper in writing." And you put it in writing and say, "I will appear and I will answer when you show jurisdiction." How does the Crown have jurisdiction over I, the man? And just hand it to the bailiff. The bailiff will hand it to the judge. The judge will say, "This is very nice. Would you care to answer this?" And then the Crown will say, "Well, this is a very interesting document that was just delivered upon my person. I'm going to require leave of court for about 30 days to submit the proper answer to the court." And the judge will say, "Does that satisfy you, sir?" You say, "Yes, I will give them leave of court for 30 days so they could deliver a proper answer to the court." Okay? Is there some reason why your fingers don't work and you can't put things in writing?
There's a place where you filed a complaint, not knowing that you should have filed a complaint, but now you got the evidence, but now you're going to complain, and the judge is hooking up with the lawyer, and now they're getting ready to dismiss the case. You think you can get out of that situation by going in there on the court date, and that date, if the judge told you not to file any more papers, for instance, if the judge said, "Don't file any papers, let the go ahead."
Oh, no, that's fine, because like I said, this is what kind of happened, like when we were talking today. It was funny. We kind of made a very, very vague claim, okay? We got a case number, okay? All we basically got was now we got an empty box with a stamp on it. We basically got a pre-stamped, prepaid, we got it was fully paid envelope with it's got a stamp on it. I don't know if you ever went to the post office. It can have a pre-stamped, prepaid envelope. And you pay, instead of 50 cents, you pay like 70 cents because you get the envelope and the stamp. So all we did was we put a very vague claim in there, okay? Very vague. She gave us the nice package to put it in now, and we got a nice stamp. And now all we have to do is deliver it to the side. But like I say to people, don't put all these freaking ridiculous exhibits and evidence in that nonsense, because it's going to throw a red flag up the court. Put a one-page claim with a 2 cents in there, and that's it. She's going to be like, "Oh, boy, that's easy. Click, click, stamp, stamp. Here you go. Here's your stamp." Guess what you can do when you get home? You can modify your claim. You can make whatever the hell you want on it now. You got the case number. You got it all bundled up with a nice little envelope now. And now you're going to modify your claim because you haven't subpoenaed it to the other side yet. You're going to give it to the other side now with a modified claim with all these freaking exhibits in it, but you've got to make sure you give it to the court clerk late. So then all of a sudden they're going to say, "Wait a second, this was a 1 cent, 2 cents claim. What the hell? Where's all these exhibits coming from?" And it's like, "Well, I forgot to attach the exhibits the day of the claim. Here's the exhibit. Sorry." And I go, "Holy crap, it's like 10,000 pages." If you think that you really need 10,000 exhibits. Me, I can do it 1 sentence. And the exhibits when it comes to kids is like when I did with Jesse and Jonathan, was say, "I want the restoration of property, see exhibit A, B, C, D." And I attached 4 pictures of the kids, and that was it. They don't need to know the kids' names because that's private. I gave them those names. I'm not going to share them with anybody. I don't have to share what I gave to my children. I don't have to share anything with the public, okay, if I don't wish to. I'm not giving them names, birth dates, social security. I'm not giving them anything. I'm saying, "Have you seen something that looks like this laying around somewhere in a province? Let me know, because I'm looking for it and I require its immediate return." How tough is this? So I understand why you guys can't just make a 2 cents, 3 cents claim like I did today for these folks. I think it was 3 sentences. Super simple. And they were laughing their behinds off, saying this is too easy, it's scary. I said, "Yeah, it's too easy, it's scary, ain't it?"
But what I'm trying to do is see you in a situation where a complaint is filed, and the judge is siding with the attorney, and now they're trying to sort it out.
If the other side has already answered the claim, if the other side has already answered the complaint, you are at their mercy. You have to beg for leave of court to modify the claim and take the complaint and make it into a claim. Or you want to take one period out of it and put an exclamation point or a question mark in it. You have to beg the other side because they spent all their time, all their money, all their energy and effort to try to discombobulate all the nonsense that you gave to them to begin with. And they could say, no, we spent so many man-hours trying to figure out this silly nonsense. No, unless you want to pay us like 10 grand, 20 grand, we're not going to modify. We're not going to allow you to modify because we already gave you your answer and we're done. Now it's time to move it into the court. So if you realize that, holy crap, I made such a crucial error, just let your case, just basically dismiss your own case. And I did that in Alabama. I think it's Rule 41 in the Alabama Court of Appellate Procedure. And the court clerk said to me, what the hell's a Rule 41? I never seen anybody do it. I said, I dismissed my claim. He said, what? He said, I've never seen anybody do that. I said, yeah, because everybody else has got lawyers, and a lawyer would never dismiss their own petitioners or their own plaintiffs' claim or appeal because you wouldn't get no more billable hours. He's going to let, even if he knows it's going to lose, he's still going to let it run its due course, so he gets paid big bucks. I know that I'm wasting my time in this appellate court. I know I'm in the wrong court. So you know what? I'm just going to let this case die. I'm just going to let it sit there. I'm going to dismiss it, which means just, like I said, dismiss to discharge. Dismiss just means it's just going to sit there until I feel like activating it again, calling it back to duty. It's not discharged from duty. It's just going to be deactivated for now. But you know what? I'm never going to go back to that case. It's ridiculous. So what I do is just spend $50 and stylize a new case. It's like, you know what? Yeah, pretty well I'll pack that case up with crap. You know what? I don't think I can get this cat stink out of this case. You know what? I think we're just going to open up a new case. Start with a nice fresh case and do a 2-line sentence thing and be done. Let him answer this claim. So sometimes you got to let the case go. Sometimes a possum or a civet cat or a cat just lets loose in a suitcase. You know what? You just got to let it go. You ain't even going to get the stink out of it. Just move on. Open up a new case.
You say to file your claim, like the gentleman was talking, he's going for a speeding ticket, and you say file your claim and run your claim. And my question to you is, how do you get your claim into the same room at the same time that they're going after you, and you want to argue your claim against them? How do you get that to happen all at the same time?
You just ask, when you're making a claim, you just say it would be good to join the claims to save the courts limited resources so that way the public doesn't have to be burdened to hear 2 cases at 2 different court dates, that we can get the both parties summons to appear at the same time to save resources. That's all. So when you people, it's like if somebody's going for bankruptcy, okay? Each person isn't going to have to file their own claim against somebody for the debt due. The creditors all join up in one big claim. And so the debtor says, how many people are you credited? It's like all these people. So you're going to get everybody, like almost like you would say like a class action lawsuit. You're going to get everybody in one big room at one time, and the judge is going to say, look, issue it to all your creditors. All the creditors want to make a claim that there's a debt due. Come forth now and make the claim. So, I'm going to cut up this guy's pie, and everybody's going to get a piece of the pie. So it just doesn't waste, 50 years. It's like, you got a claim against this guy, come forth and make the claim. What we're going to all do is on the same day at the same time.
Okay, so when you take it to the clerk to file it, you request that they attach it and hear it at the same time?
Yeah, you could say that there's I'm also have an interest in this matter, and I would like to be heard on this date, that this case is going to be heard at this time.
Okay.
I'm interested in it. And I have to make a claim as well. I have a claim. I have a vested claim that the debt is due to me as well. Because a trespass and a claim, the trespass and the debt technically is the same word. It's that there's a debt due, there's a trespass, there's been a wrong. There's been a harm, injury, or financial loss.
Okay, and if you were the prosecutor of your case, and would you ask for a trial by jury as opposed to the person who caused you harm? Would you, as a prosecutor, ask for a trial by jury?
And like I said, it depends. It all depends, because sometimes the community standards, no matter if a fictional entity is coming after me, there would be no need to waste my time with a jury. If there's a fictional entity coming after me, the man in the black robe knows exactly what is going on, and he knows exactly that we're in a world of man, and he knows that who's going to win. Like, let me put it this way. If you get a trial by jury and it's over against the IRS, every single freaking person on the show thinks that the IRS wrote him a letter. Correct?
Correct.
The judge knows the IRS has no imposable thumbs. The IRS can't pick up a pen. The IRS never wrote anybody a letter. The judge is smart than the jury, because the jury's like, oh, look, he got a letter from the IRS. No, he didn't. The judge knows he didn't. I know he didn't. He got it from a man. And the man's name's certainly not an IRS. So obviously, if I was in an IRS case, I would not have a jury. Because the jury's a bunch of morons that think the IRS wrote him a letter. Oh, look, the IRS wrote him a letter. He clearly ignored this letter. What IRS wrote a letter? Get the IRS on a freaking witness stand and testify under oath of affirmation that he wrote a letter. Well, you know what we mean. Don't be difficult. Don't be stupid, Karl. Oh, that's right. I'm the stupid one. IRS wrote me a letter. See, I want a jury. Not for that.
Okay, but if it's say you against me or me against you, depending, banging around in my head and decide whether I would or would not want a jury.
I definitely want a jury. Oh, I'd want. Let me put it this way: it was you against me, me against you. That's fine. What happened if it was an 80-year-old lady against you or a 3-year-old girl? Would you want to go up against an 80-year-old lady or a 3-year-old girl?
No.
The answer is no. No, you're gonna lose. Okay. So all the cases are the same. There has to be a trespass. There has to be a wrong. There has to be a controversy. But all the cases are unique. And that's what makes the game fun. It's like playing poker. How would you like it if all you had a deck of cards was 2 cards and the guy had an ace and you had a jack? You know, like you get dealt the ace, yeah, you're going to win. The other guy you get the jack next time, you're going to lose. It's the random chance of who knows what the hell's going to happen. It's a game. It's the randomness of you've got to put all the elements together and say, wow, what am I looking at? Let's put all the cards on the table and let's see if we should play the game or we should just fold or we should bluff. It's a game. It's a wonderful game. We don't have to kill each other in duels anymore. We don't have to put it's like Alexander Hamilton got the Secretary of State or the Secretary of the Treasury got blown away by the Vice President. That was ridiculous. When that happened, that was it. It all moved into court. No more, well, he said that my wife looked fat in that hat, so I'm going to put a bullet to his head and we're going to go pistols at dawn. That's ridiculous. You're losing a good man and another good man. The other guy had to run for his life and was dragged out of office, and the other guy was dead. So this is why the court system is a wonderful system that we have. And if the people in the courthouses, like I said, is starting to being maybe tainted by being paid off by the corporates or the banks, and maybe we got to call them to it and say, are you throwing a man in a box because he owes a debt to a fictional entity that has no accrual or financial loss? They can prove nothing in an open court, and nobody's going to come by and testify against this flesh and blood. Are you saying that this man is going to be held surety for the name on his mortgage, but the bank doesn't have to produce the man to make the claim? Because what happened? The bank is in error. Shouldn't the bank be held as just as liable? Shouldn't a man be held as the surety for the bank? Who is the man who claims control of the bank? It should be in equal footing.
No,
and that's
I
what
agree.
I'm going to say. We've got to be fair. It's got to be both ways. There's got to be a balance here. It is not. And that one guy did, it was funny, in Atlanta. He said that his buddy went in before the judge, and he said, I don't understand what this ticket is about. I have no clue about these silly codes. I'm a complete idiot. An idiot just means that you're a private person acting on your own behalf, and that you're not part of a society or a professional, like a professional, like a plumber, a doctor, or a lawyer. You're an idiot. You're a person on your own. You're a stranger. You're an outsider. It doesn't mean you're stupid. So the judge said to him, so you're an idiot. Yeah, absolutely. And he says, and you don't understand that? Nope, not a damn thing, and I'm an idiot. And the judge says, fine, if you're an idiot, get out of my courtroom. He says, matter of fact, get the hell out of his courthouse. So his buddy, he said, when his buddy left the courthouse, he said, the judge stood up and said, if there's any more idiots, I mean any more idiots in my courtroom, I said, I want you to get up and get the hell out of here right now. Is there any idiots here? I don't want to deal with no more idiots today. Get up and get out. And everybody just sat there. And everybody could have got up and went out.
Yeah, but they'd be admitting they were an idiot.
An idiot means that they're a private person. They're not under a duty and obligation to a society.
But they don't know that. They think it means you're stupid, like a moron.
Right, but the one guy said that him and his friend went in there after listening to my show, and he was camcorded his buddy going in there, saying that he's an idiot just to see what the judge would do.
What happened?
He said that the judge told him to get the hell out of the courtroom. He said, as a matter of fact, get the hell out of the courthouse. If you're an idiot, get out of here. You can't hold him liable. He said I said to Bali. I said to Bali and the other Punjabis, I said, if this judge does not say you're an idiot, you ain't going home. I said, you better pray. At the end of this little whatever the trial we got going on here, you better pray. The judge calls you and your buddy's an idiot, but you ain't going nowhere. So the judge called him an idiot. He called him a lot of idiot words. He's like, man, you idiot, da-da-da-da-da. Nobody could possibly believe any of this bullshit could work. This is the most idiotic da-da-da nonsense. They're a bunch of idiots. And Polly said, oh, we're going home. I said, yeah, you're going home. I'm going back to America, and I'm going to be a rock star. I'm going to win. This is going to be fun. And the judge said, case discharged. They can't convict an idiot. You can't. You can't convict yourself. If you're an idiot, you're an idiot. And there's nothing in the law that says that you can ever not be an idiot. If you want to be a private person, you're a private person. I tell everybody go to etymonline.com. It's like E-T-Y, O-L, line. I'll spell it out on the chat board. .com or .org. And Google where it says idiot. And just go right down to where the Greek or the Latin version of idiot is, where it originally comes from. I don't mean the 2014 definition of idiot, which just means stupid, retarded, and all this other stuff. No, the court still speaks in Latin. If you don't think they speak in Latin, yeah, you keep convincing yourself that they went to public school or something like that, learned how to speak. No, they actually took it right from here, right there, idiot. In Greek, it means a layman, a person lacking professional skill, opposed to a writer, a soldier, a skilled workman, or an attorney. Literally, a private person, as opposed to one taking part in public affairs. It comes from idios, which means one's own. It's an ordinary person, an outsider. There you go.
From Bovier's, Brad Haas has on here from Bovier's, it says idiot person, a person who has been without understanding from his nativity and whom the law therefore presumes never likely to attain any.
Okay. First of all, that's pretty damn good. But the only thing bad about it is Brad is referring to a book that was only written in 1856. When I go for the words, I go for the Latin version of the words because that's what the judges are doing. The judges are going back to Latin. So if you say something in Latin, the judges will say that they understand what you're doing. You're going back to the source of the word, not some misconstrued. Like what's funny is, if you look at Webster's 1828 dictionary, that everybody loves Webster's. I like Webster's 1828. I think it's fantastic. But if you read the book reviews of the London book reviews of 1828 and 1829, they bashed poor Noah Webster. They said this guy took such liberties with the dictionary. He rearranged the English language. How dare this man think he could just come on board? And the English language has been this way for hundreds of years. How dare this guy just come on and change these words all around? What the hell is he trying to pull? This is about the biggest pile of crap dictionary we've ever seen, ever. But now, in the year 2014, we think Webster's Dictionary is the best book on planet Earth. But if you read the book reviews from 1828 and 1829, they said, hey man, who the hell is this Noah Webster think he's going to get off and just write whatever the hell he wants? And that's what I say to people all the time, like Paul Gordon Hall. And they say, well, you're not going into court to argue, are you? I said, because if I was a judge, if I had a cup of coffee in my hand and I just want to go home, I'd say, I hope you're not here to argue. Are you here to argue today? That's the last thing I want to hear. Just tell me you're standing in my courtroom and you want to argue. I mean, just go for it, boy. Just tell me you want to freaking argue with me. Just make my day. And the kid would say, no, I don't want to argue. My teacher, everybody told me it's not good to argue, so I don't want to argue. And I tell everybody a billion times that argue means to make something clear, to make something shine, to make it white, to state your point, to make it so there's no miscommunication. But they want to make you seem like,
argue in Latin. To make clear, to make known, to prove, to declare, to demonstrate, to shine, to be white, to be bright, to be clear. There you go. What's wrong with that? Of course I'm here to argue. Of course I'm here to make it known, that make it clear, make it known, and prove my case. Of course I'm here. What else would I be doing in court except for bringing in my point of view? Why would I bother going to court if I'm not here to argue? Why don't I just stay home and let this guy win by default? No, I'm here because I want to argue, because I want to make my point crystal clear. But if I'm a grouchy old judge and will say, oh, just tell me you're going to argue. Go ahead, just make my effing day. Just tell me you're going to argue. Just do it. And you'd be scared out of your pants to say, no, I'm not here to argue. And the judge say, good. Case for the state. Guilty. Get out of it.
So is someone that claims to be an idiot, though, don't they require a lawyer or representation because they're an idiot?
No. The judge would say, well, we're going to set up a competency hearing. So where in law does an ordinary man, a private person, how can you compel me to have legal knowledge? Or why can you force me to learn legalese? Or what makes you think you could force me to learn Chinese? Or what makes you think that you can make me believe that I'm not an idiot? If I want to believe I'm an idiot, if I want to believe in God, what makes you believe, sir, that I have to believe until I believe what you believe, you're gonna do what? What are you gonna do to me because I won't believe what you believe? What's the penalty for not believing what you want me to believe? You see what I'm saying? They can't force you to believe that you're not an idiot.
I don't know. It seems funny to me to go in there and admit you're an idiot. That's
right. You were taught that in school that anybody calls you an idiot, you're supposed to jump up and down, kick your legs, and scream up and down, I'm not an idiot. I just literally read to you what the word idiot means. These legal people are coming in and they're mutilating the English language. They're teaching you in school that idiot is a bad word. Idiot is a beautiful, lovely word. It just means I'm an outsider. It means I'm acting on my own behalf. It means I'm a private person. I don't take any part of any public affairs. And I'm not skilled as a lawyer or a writer or an attorney. What is wrong with saying that? You guys were just taught that, oh, he's making fun of me. He called me an idiot. Because the legal society took over the public school system, so when you people go into court, the judge gets to walk all over you in 10 words or less. The same thing with the word suffer. I tell you guys that a million times, suffer. If you said, oh, these policemen, I'd say that if I was the judge, I said, oh, did you suffer at the hands of the policeman? Oh, did that policeman make you suffer? Did he beat you up? Did all those 10 policemen make you suffer? And you say, yes, look, I'm suffering. I suffered really bad at the hands of policemen. And say, okay, case dismissed. Because suffer means that you had the ability to fight back, but you chose to just sit there and take it. That's all suffer means. It means you by consent, you had the ability to do something about it, like get up and walk away or tell them no. But you chose to sit there and take it and not fight back. You told them to sit there and consent to it. So
the most important thing is to look up the words. Make sure before you even open your mouth, you look up what the definitions are, right?
But what it is that you were just told, no, because the biggest thing is that you went to public school and you were taught the word idiot is a bad thing. And you were taught the word suffer means that people are going to feel pity for you. The judge doesn't feel pity for you when you said you suffered. The judge says, are you trying to tell me that you could have done something about it, but you just laid there and took it? And that you consented to it? It's like whatever kicks you get into, maybe you really like 10 cops whooping your ass. I said, but you sound pretty crazy to me. But if you said you suffered at the hands of the cops, well, whatever you and those 10 guys are into, have at it. Who am I to judge you? You're crazy. You like getting beat up by cops, so okay.
That's why I said you should look up the words before you say them, right?
What I'm saying is, who would know that that word suffer means to consent? Nobody. You can't, how are you going to find that word out? And when a judge just asks you a simple question, are you an idiot? You're going to say no. You say, did you suffer because the cops? You're going to say yes. And you say, are you here to argue the case today? No, I don't want to argue with anybody. See, so those three things right there, you just lost your whole case. But it sounds like we're supposed to say, like I hear some of these freaking gurus say, oh, well, you go into court in peace and love and understanding. You're not there to argue. And that's why I told Gordon Hall up a new hole in his show one day. And he was like, dude, no, we're not supposed to go to argue. I said, well, then go ahead. Don't argue and don't demonstrate that what you're saying is making crystal clear and you're bringing your case known and you're trying to, I said, go ahead. You lose your case so fast, your head will spin. And you tell the judge, no, I'm not here to argue. Then I said, well, what the fuck are you here for then? There's no controversy. You don't want to say what you've got to say. Okay, fine. I'll give the other side the win. So even if Gordon Hall didn't know what the freak the word argument, and he made millions of dollars, bullshitting people, and if he researched these words, and he knows it, how are you people going to know what it means?
So when's your dictionary coming out?
Oh, soon enough. And it's funny, this Mike GM, he's saying suffering is like allowing, as in like not removing consent. Okay. But like I said, it's the consent. When you had the ability to do something about it and you didn't do it, you could look at, if you want to look in Black's Law Dictionary, fine. You can look in there if you want. There's no big deal. But like I said to people all the time, see, these ladies didn't know either. These ladies here who were French, and I said, you don't know where Black's Law comes from? And they were like, well, it's a man's name. I said, no. I said, do you women really think Black's Law is the name of a man like Joe Black? I said, you guys can't be shitting me. Black's Law, has to do with how blacks were supposed to be treated in the United States. It comes from like 1713. It's a French book. It's called the Code Noir. I said, it's how the whites were supposed to treat the blacks when they came to the United States or came to the colonies. So when French...
Oh.
Yes.
Really? I did not know that.
Yes. You really think it has to do with a man's name. Did you think that too?
Well, like Blackstone, Black. Yeah, I thought it was a guy's name. Remember, like Webster's dictionary, Black dictionary.
No.
I didn't know that. Boy, see? You never cease to amaze me, Carl. I always learn something when you're on. God bless you.
The Code Noir. The Code Noir says that black people have to be treated in a certain manner like any other humans. When they get sick, you must provide them medical care. When they need dental, you must give them Medicaid. When they retire, when they no longer work in the field, you have to give them Social Security benefits. You've got to put them on welfare. This has been going on for since 13, I think the Code Noir will first hit, from the French government. Saying you can't just, that when a slave is done working, you can't just take him into the back of your house and put a bullet in his head and throw him in a pit. You got to provide for him social services. It ain't no different than what happened in 1964 with the Civil Rights Act. You got to provide them social benefits. You give them civil rights. So this is ridiculous that people don't understand it. All it is encoding you into certain things that the government must do. It's the same thing the Code Noir read back in the early 1700s. No, it's just a definition. Yeah, it's just definitions of how you're supposed to treat, like, your property. So they treat man like property. The government thinks that you want to go run for the Black's Law for your definitions, you go right ahead. And it'll show you how you get treated like property. So you just go right ahead. And you guys keep citing Black's Law Dictionary for me, why don't you?
I didn't know that. Isn't that amazing?
It's the Legalese Society's dictionary. It's not the Dictionary of Man. It's the Dictionary of the Legalese Society. It's not the Dictionary of Man. That's what I'm trying to do with the dictionary. I'm trying to find stuff from the Greeks and Latin words, and I'm saying this is the way man used to talk for hundreds of years. Don't be bullshit about this stuff that's come around for the last 100, 200 years. I'm trying to find the original sources of the words. So when you guys go to court and say, oh, well, argue. Well, no, teacher told me I better not argue. I'll get in trouble if I argue. Well, dude, if you get in that courtroom and you don't argue, you're going to jail. If you don't argue, you're making it easy for the other side. You better stand up there and argue. Well, that means bad. No, argue means good. It means to make clear, to make shine through, to make transparent, to bring forth the truth. How is that bad? Well, my teacher told me that was bad. Yeah, so she control you easy. And then when you got to court, it makes it to the judge to control you easy. It's simple. You guys
so how about the word controversy?
Honestly, controversy, that's 4 syllables. That's too many. That's too much. You can manipulate that thing so many different ways from Sunday. You say, what's con mean? You know,
well, controversy, argue, same thing, right? To argue in court is to create a controversy.
No. That's the worst thing you do. There is no such thing as a synonym in court. It's got to be expressed, not implied. Every word means exactly what it means. And you take one word out, you add a word, and you destroy your claim. There is no such thing as a synonym. Not in any good contract, not in any good law. It's like I said, when Dean Clifford, I saw him whipping out Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, I started laughing my ass off. That's the worst one. It's 1951. That's right after World War II. What a ridiculous version. Because like I said to the one guy, I said, he had one on his desk, one of the guys I wanted to go see in North Carolina. I said, hey, let's flip it to the word require. What does this say? To want, to need, to request, to ask. I said, dude, that's synonyms. That's a fucking book of synonyms. I said,
so what's the best edition? Which one do you recommend?
Well, like I said, I try to actually use the Latin source of the word, or I try to use Greek, Latin, whatever the original word meant way back when. That's what I try to stick with, because that's what the courts are using. The courts are still going back to the Latin words.
And where do you find that?
Like that etymology online. There's at etymoline.com or etymoline.org. So just Google it, and you see it'll be kind of like a beige-looking thing with like a lion-looking thing, and you put the words in there, and that is a hell of a source for etymoline.org. Not etymology. Don't put etymology. It's etymoline, like LINE.com or etymoline.org. It's a great source of words. And like I said, I stay away from any legalese definitions because, like Larry said on my show, he says, Karl, man, the judge in Ohio wrote back to these two folks I'm helping up there, a nice black couple up there, that said, do not use our words, do not use our citations, do not use our case laws, do not use our judgments, do not use our rulings. You try to use our stuff again, it's going to be perceived to be paper terrorism, that you're blocking up the courts, and we're going to hold you in contempt. That's right. You are a man. Make a 2-sentence claim and be done. None of this silly rulings, none of this silly citations, none of this Constitution nonsense. Just put your 2-sentence claim in and be done.
How do you spell etymoline? E-T.
Yeah, well, I'll try to find it real quick.
Okay.
E-T-Y. Yeah,
what is it?
ETYMONLINE.com. Like I said, you're going to see a picture of a lion. You see like a lion.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Got it. I'll put it up on the website so we have a...
Yep. That's where I got almost all my stuff. That's where I got almost all my works on. A huge portion of them. When I didn't really like what I was reading there, then I'd actually go to a library and I'd just try to find the oldest books I could find. And I'd start looking backwards.
Thank you, everybody that posted it on the chat. I wasn't looking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. That's cool.
Yeah.
So you just put words in there, and it gives you the
put things in there. Put
real ruts of modern English.
No.
Etymologies are not definitions; they are explanations of what our words meant and how they sounded 600 or 2,000 years ago.
Right.
Why is that interesting?
I don't want the new versions because the legal society and the teachers perverted it. They perverted the words. They totally mutilated them.
Wow.
Yeah.
That
so
is so cool.
Yeah, I don't want the new versions of the words because they destroy them. They just totally manipulate us by using the old words against us. Like our grandparents did the words.
You know, we've got search mode here. It says natural language, find a single term, find any term, find exact phrase.
Yeah.
So I just plugged in the word idiot. So what would I click on? Find exact phrase? Where?
No,
natural language?
No, just do search mode. Just do
search mode? Okay.
And just put idiot in there.
Okay, idiot. Early 14th century. Person so mentally deficient as to be incapable of ordinary reasoning.
Okay.
Also in Middle English.
Wait. No. So you're starting at the newest versions. Go down to the Greek version and the Latin version.
Where does it say Greek or Latin?
Right there, second sentence, like the 12th century, from Latin, idiota.
1713 from Latin, idioticus?
No, just idiota.
Uneducated?
The second line.
Oh, from Latin, idiota. Ordinary person, layman, outsider. In late Latin, uneducated or ignorant person. From Greek, idiot. Layman person lacking professional skill, opposed to writer, soldier, skilled workman, literally private person, as opposed to one taking part in public affairs, used patronizingly for ignorant persons, from idios, one's own.
Like doesn't that sound like pro se or proper persona, acting on one's own behalf?
Yeah.
Everybody says proper persona. Acting on behalf. Well, there you go. I'm an idiot. I act on my own behalf. One's own. You see? But see, you got to go down to the Greek version and the Latin version. As you go up and up and up through the centuries, they're going to manipulate the words and change them.
Schmo.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Schmuck.
So you go up.
Oh my goodness.
But you see what I'm saying? Right, they're going to try to make it cretin. Right, they're going to try to make it seem imbecile. They're going to try to make it seem like these are all synonyms to that. And in law, there's no such thing as a synonym. If you say you're an idiot, that's it. You don't say you're an imbecile. You don't say you're cretin. You say you're an idiot, and you stay with that. Just like when I go to court and I say I'm a man, I stay with it. I don't say I'm a citizen. I don't say I'm a brother. I don't say I'm a dad. I don't say I'm a Republican. I don't say I'm a Democrat. I don't say, I said I'm a man. That's it. What kind of man? You tell me. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a man. Just like they said, when you pick up that plastic card, the cop looks at you and says, is this you? Dude, I'm just a man. I'm not a piece of plastic. I wish sometimes I was a piece of plastic. But no, you know what? I'm a man. Unfortunately, that's all I am is a man. I'm not a piece of plastic. Sorry. You know, because like I said, what if the guy gives you any crap about that piece of plastic? It's like, look, the only reason why I have the piece of plastic, sir, is because if I didn't have it, you'd pull out your gun and you'd probably put a bullet to my head. I said, so, you know what? It's probably a good idea for me to carry that piece of plastic, but certainly, sir, the piece of plastic is not me. It's a piece of plastic that basically wards off our cops from throwing me out of my car, tasing me, and putting a bullet to my head. That's why I carry it, for self-protection.
Not regarding traffic tickets, but I heard you say on your show one time that a man is a person and a person is a man.
No, I say that. No, a person is a man. No. A person is a man. A man isn't a person. A man could be Gilligan's Island and live in a private island, and he has no duty and he's got no title prescribed to him in which he can be imposed if he fails to perform that duty. No. A person is a man, but no, a man does not have to be a person. A man doesn't.
Person is a man.
Like a man can be like a man can be a judge, but a judge is definitely a man. You see what I'm saying? The person. You see what I'm saying? Like a person is a man. A judge is a man. But a man
I heard on some of your shows before when you were saying like about that, and I see what you're talking about like that. You know what you're saying there. But I know on some of your shows you said it all depends on what you believe, right?
Okay.
When you talk about belief, because I listen to you a lot. Okay, trust me, I have listened to a lot of your shows. I want to learn from the other side of not being a quote-unquote defendant, but being a claimant. And and my belief, I know, because I believe in Scripture, okay? And in the Scripture, there's nowhere in the Scripture where it says God created person.
Okay.
But God created man.
Okay.
So how could person be man if God never created person?
Okay.
Person. That's my belief, okay?
All right. Like I said, person is a man. Like I said,
not in the Scripture.
Okay, okay. Now the Quran might say something. Buddha might say something. The Lucky Charm self might say something. That's your interpretation. That's your belief. I don't doubt you. I don't doubt your belief.
Right, and that's what I know you talk a lot about that belief. If you believe that, they can't doubt your belief.
Right, and if the rest of society...
A person could be a corporation also.
A person can be anything they make because of statutory construction. They can make it be a leaf if they wanted to.
A person could be the cell phone that you're talking on right now.
Yeah.
If you can convince a jury, which I'm sure I can convince a jury, that phone that you're talking on is a man, I guarantee I can convince them that too. So what does that prove? That I could convince people what to believe in?
It's just that when I've gone to court before, I've always separated me from the fiction or the person that they say that I'm supposed to be. When they talk about the person, I've always separated me from that. It's always worked for me that way. And when the judge would go in the direction of trying to convince me about different things, and I would remind him of and like you said, when you talked about here tonight about you have to go into court and argue. You know, why would you go to court if you're not argue?
Right.
But I never argue. I always win. I never argue.
Do you never make your point crystal clear?
Oh, I make it clear, but I never argue.
That's what argue means.
But I never argue. I never make a statement. I never argue. I always ask questions.
Okay, like I said, if you go to editmonline.com, just Google the word argue, and it says to make clear, to make known, to demonstrate. You demonstrated that
so if I'm asking questions, then
yeah, you demonstrated.
I'm arguing according to etymology online, but according to how attorneys look at it, they look at it from a different standpoint, not asking questions, but making their point by creating some kind of controversy. And that's what I always understood argument was in regards to, statutory construction.
The only problem is attorneys never appear in court.
Why, I suppose you'd have to look at the word appear.
They can't appear. Why? Because they've never testified under oath affirmation, and they're saying it's true. They can't be held liable because they never said anything in court.
Well, one time I was in court. This is in Riverside, California. And there was a public defender. That was when I was first going through this crap I was going through back in 1999.
Did they speak?
Well, the attorney was speaking.
How can they speak unless they've been sworn in? That all the facts and evidence they're going to bring before the court.
The judge would never let me talk.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you why didn't you swear in, and why didn't they swear in?
Oh, you're talking about swearing in on the stand?
Swearing in. You could swear in right there. You could say to the judge, hey, before we start this trial, I think before anybody brings any facts or evidence before this court, I think it would probably be a good idea for everybody to swear in.
But it wasn't a trial.
Okay,
it's all preliminary stuff prior to trial.
Okay, it's a preliminary stuff. The preliminary thing. Hey, you know what? Before anybody speaks in this deli or this grocery store or the 7-Eleven, and they want to try to create a record here, and they want to try to present any facts and evidence, I think we better all swear that everything we're saying is the truth, so I could hold everybody fucking liable for everything that they're saying. Because if somebody's lying, they're wasting my time. If somebody's bringing something into the public that's not true, I'm going to hold them liable. So is everybody ready to speak now in the public? I don't care where we are. If anybody wants to utter something and produce something and bring something into the public, like you want to bring typhoid or pestilence or famine or plague into the public, I'm going to hold you liable. You want to bring harm into the public or injure somebody in the public, I'm going to hold you liable. So before you open your mouth in the public, hey, I think wouldn't it be a good idea for everybody to verify under oath or affirmation that everything we're saying is true and it's going to cause no harm? Wouldn't that be a good idea to start getting that to your brain?
Wouldn't you feel better if you agreed with them instead of arguing?
No, absolutely not. Well, why would I want to agree with somebody who's not there? First, the attorney has to prove that he exists there because you want to hold him liable if he's saying something that's not true. I don't want to talk to a man that I can't hold liable. Why would I want to talk to a man that's going to be able to think he's going to sneak, lie, and cheat, and I'm not going to hold liable?
Then put on the record that he's sneaking, lying, and cheating.
No, I don't do that. I ask him, will he be, before he even takes, he can't be, okay. How could he cheat, sneak, and lie if he hasn't said anything yet, if he hasn't sworn that everything he's going to say is true?
I don't, as a matter of fact, I hope they never say anything. That's usually when I go to court, I hope they never say anything. Because I agree with them.
Like, why would I want to agree with a legal fiction?
That's what I do all the time.
I want to agree with a man. Good. If you want to agree to a tree or a porcupine,
it was one of the ones that you do on Saturday. Oh no, it was on the internet. It's a YouTube. Somebody put on YouTube. I was like, you have a lot of YouTube stuff I looked at, which is really good, by the way. It's really good. I like it. And one of them you were talking about. They were talking. I don't know if you talked about it or they put it on there about Matthew 5:25, about the Matrix, about. So you're talking about a lot of stuff too. And in Matthew 5:25 is agreeing with your adversary.
No, that's not. It doesn't agree with your adversary in Matthew. Old Matthew asks Jesus. The old Jewish way is, how do we bring up fellow man into court? And Matthew says the old way was that you ask your friend to settle a debt. When he doesn't do it, you bring a friend. When the friend won't convince the guy, then you go get the clergy. When the clergy can't do it, then you bring him to court. Jesus, how do you say we settle a debt with our fellow man? And Jesus said you ask him 7 times 70, which means you ask him 10,000 times before you bring your brother to court. Because you know what? You forgive him of your debt. You forgive him of his debt. Just as you wish him to forgive you of your trespass, you forgive him of his.
Yeah, we're going right now with someone that's connected to a family member who ended up going through an issue with parent dying and leaving some funds, and the family members are battling each other, and I'm going like, hey, look, you guys are Christians, just like what you said, Karl. I told him, that's what you need to go through. Start first with your brother and then work your way up until nothing goes on. Then you eventually get into court. But if you can settle it beforehand, that's what you do. So what I'm talking about is Matthew 5:25, where it says, agree with thine adversary quickly before they take it to court. The judge hands you the bailiff put you in the jail and take everything down to your last farthing. And the question is, how do you argue and agree with them?
Wait a second. No, I argue to make my point crystal clear and to make it known to the world. I'm yelling my point out to the world. I'm letting the world and the gods above me in an open form hear me loud and clear. This is how I stand. This is my position. This is what I believe is true. Now condemn me if you wish, but this is what I believe. And that's what argue means.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it means. I'm stating my point of view out to the world in an open form, and that's where the open form is supposed to be open to the sky for all the gods to witness. That's all. And I just said, this is now, do you people, my judges, do you believe me? Or do you believe this guy? Now let him argue his point. But there's nothing bad about arguing, because you're going to bring your beliefs forward, and I'm going to bring mine. You say you want to agree with the legal fiction. I don't want to agree with the legal fiction. I don't want to agree with a porcupine, a pencil, or a Q-tip. I don't give a damn. I only want to agree with, if I want to make an agreement, it's going to be with my fellow man.
I have never been a claimant. So I've always been a court defendant, so they were after me. They were asking a bunch of questions.
Well, now you're going to
what you're saying about the arguing, yeah, I can see that from the claimant's viewpoint, because you have to make your point. And like that. But if you're a defendant, what they call a defendant, okay, in there, and I kept telling them I was not the defendant, and I was in there. I separated me from the defendant, but and I wasn't even telling them that. I was pretty much asking them, and when I was going through the process I was going through, I was pretty much learning. This was back in 1999, 2000. And I didn't know a whole heck of a lot because I'd never been through court before. Never been through that before. This is new to me. And And I had people teaching me stuff, but they were laughing at me because they were teaching the commercial process at the time. And that wasn't working for me. That's what got me arrested. And so I was going back and forth. What worked for me and got me through the crap that I was going through to get me out of the court, out of the jail, and eventually, actually, the commissioners and judges didn't want me out there in the courtroom anymore. Didn't want me there.
Why didn't you just make it a lot more fun instead of being the defendant, which I tell people is like being the rabbit being chased by a hunter? Why did you be if you want to be the rabbit, why don't you pick up a gun and hunt them back? Why don't you pursue them?
Well, see, I didn't know that back then, but it was traffic tickets. I got arrested for doing something on the commercial process in court because of a traffic ticket. I said, I'm tired of this. I had like 12 or 15 traffic tickets out there I never paid, and they would get traffic tickets all the time. I had a 6-speed stick Trans Am, looked like a Batmobile. So I used to get tickets all the time. But fortunately, a few of them, I got out of them. I was doing 110 and 55 miles an hour between Laughlin and Las Vegas. Got a ticket for doing 92 as I coasted down. But fortunately, I knew the justice of the peace, and he explained a few things to me. When I went to the court, it was a guy who attended my wedding when I got married years ago.
Hey, that was
an interesting conversation, by the way.
That's where Sam Kennison died.
Where in Laughlin?
The Laughlin run to Vegas. I used to do 100 miles an hour.
Run from Laughlin to Las Vegas. Yeah, it goes to Searchlight.
Yep, that's where he died.
Yeah.
No, that's the Laughlin. That's the California one. The Laughlin side is the Arizona side.
Oh yeah, I went from Laughlin to Las Vegas through Searchlight. Yeah, that's where I got the ticket in that little town where you have to go 15 miles an hour through the whole town, and after that it was 55. I didn't know it was at night, and I was doing 110. And I got caught by a cop going the opposite way. Highway patrol, but I ended up having a really interesting conversation with a guy I hadn't seen in years, and he happened to be the justice of the peace there that I had to go see. And fortunately, he got me out of it. But, at that point, it was who you know, not what you know.
Right, but instead of playing the defendant all the time, the problem with being defendant all the time is you're just empowering the government prosecutors to feel that they can compel a performance from you. And I'll just say, wait a second, buddy, you're my public servant, right? I'm the man here. You're the public servant. Why in God's holy green earth do you think that you have the right to ask me anything? You have no rights. You have duties, obligations, responsibility. I'm a man. I have rights. You don't. You work for me. So if you got a legitimate claim, you got a valid cause of action, you got the wrong, you think it's speeding. Now, where's the corpus delicti? Where's the harmed party? Where's the injured man? There ain't one, then I'm going home. That's it, I'm done. How many elements of a valid cause of action? 2. The wrong and the injured person. Who's the injured person? Nobody. If they're injured person, which is not a harmed person, if they're an injured person, then give me the bill and I'll pay the debt. If not, I'm going home. You work for me. I make this stuff so quick and simple and scary. I mean, I love you guys.
And that has worked from defendant to turning it around like that in the arraignment.
And a heartbeat. Why bother? I mean, unless you guys love, man, you guys just love. I mean, I love.
But then in the arraignment, the cop's not there.
What arraignment? In the arraignment, you seen what I did with Gordon Hall. Poor Gordon Hall tried to be an arraignment judge. And all I went in there and say, I'm here, I'm a man, I'm here to settle any debt. Is there a claim before this court? Yes or no? It's like, this is not a claim, this is a complaint. A claim would be the wrong, that's fine, I spent, but where's the injured party? So I could compensate the harm of the wrong. I can compensate the injured party, and I could be on my way. Are you telling me there is no injured party, then you don't have a valid claim. You do not have a valid cause of action. I wish to be discharged.
So you've done that in New York?
Do it every freaking way. My rap sheet hits the floor and rolls. Some black guy from St.
Have you ever done that in California? In this state called California?
Okay, everybody.
Because I did that back in 1999, and they lied and arrested me.
Everybody tells me it's so freaking corrupt, and I get people's kids back with them in 2 sentences or less. And you don't think it's hard to get children back? And I could do it in 2 sentences, and everybody goes home. They're not as corrupt as you think they are. If you know what you're doing, and you walking into court, and you act like a man, they will bow down. You just don't know how to.
Well, you know what they did to me? Did you there about the claim? I asked about the claim. I asked about the corporate website, the damage
ask about the claim. You don't ask about a claim. You make your argument crystal clear. If there is a man here that I've caused harm or wrong to, let him make himself known.
I asked that back in 1999.
Okay.
You know what they did? They said, please sit down.
That's right, because you didn't put it in writing.
And I didn't know what I was doing.
That's right.
I did something else previously.
Right.
And when I went in there, what they did, they left me till last.
Okay.
And then they lied on the paper to arrest me.
Okay, is there a reason why you didn't use a piece of paper to place your answer properly before the court?
Because they had chains around me.
Okay, that's why I said to Gordon Hall one more time, and I'll tell you one more time. Watch the trial of the regicides. They beat this attorney mercilessly for weeks on end. You better believe when he walked into that court, he was beaten bloody. And the first thing he said, I require leave of paper, pen, and ink so I can properly answer this court. Now, I don't know how many times I have to tell you people this, to shut your mouth, to go into the court and put that in writing. Because I'm telling you, when I came here to British Columbia, when I came here to Canada, I was put on trial 2 days after I got into this country. And the worst thing that they said, after all the shows that I said, when the RCMP took the stand, they said the most powerful thing that Karl's telling people to do is to shut their mouths in open court and put everything in writing. Do not answer anybody in the court. Make sure you put it in writing, so there's no miscommunication between you and the court. And the judge was like, okay, that sounds like a pretty damn good idea. I don't want to hear these free men babbling off for hours anyway. You know what? That sounds great.
That sounds like you've never been in the Riverside, California court.
Okay, sir, let me tell you, I was put on trial here in Canada to be deported for being a terrorist, an enemy of the state, okay? And I'm not talking about some funky traffic ticket in Riverside, okay? So I was put on trial here a couple of days after I got here, and they said, that's lovely. They can't find anything wrong with my game, or I would not be sitting in Canada right now. I would have been deported. Okay? So I think I know what I'm doing. But thank you for, I mean, it's great that, you know, you're out there slugging it and you're trying it, but like you said, it was 1999, and you know, what the hell you're doing. So hopefully now you're listening to my stuff, and you're doing it in 2 sentences or less on paper, in writing, and keeping your mouth closed in court, because it's not your court. It's their court. Watch Alice in Wonderland. No matter how good Alice played the game of croquet, the queen changed the rules. She lied, she stole, she cheated, and it was totally kosher because it's her court. She can do whatever the hell she wants. And you people don't like what they're doing? You know what you need to do? Establish your own court, make your own case, and file them as the defendant. And you be the prosecutor. And see how they like it.
So let me ask you a question, Karl. You know, in respect to what you just said, okay? Because I'm learning. I'm listening to you. I'm hearing all this stuff, and I listen to more. I watch more videos of you. I think I know you now. I know every hair on your head.
When will I get the Swedish bikini volleyball team telling me this?
Okay, later. Later. Okay? But the thing is...
You'll get yours, Karl.
Here's the issue here.
In heaven, you'll get it.
Angela can tell you she's in California, okay? Angela can tell you she's in California. Thing is,
you know what? Everything he says is absolutely correct, and I don't care what state you're in. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle it when you stand up for yourself and come off like Karl says. Because I've been doing it for a long time, not realizing. I just stood up for myself. You know, people come to my door. I learned from John. Well, I learned a little bit from everybody. You know, we've done so many calls. But I think he's right. You know, if you'd have put it in writing first.
Well, you know, back then I made my mistakes. Today, I do it a little bit different than Karl does, but it's what Karl is talking about. I do a little bit different, and I never lose. I always win it. But the thing is, California, they're so corrupt when there's an arraignment. If such an arraignment is not a court of record and it's not recorded, they will do anything their heart desires. They don't care what paper you file.
Oh, yeah. They
lied about me 3 times to arrest me on paper.
All right, let Karl talk now down.
Like I said, look at the simple thing. When I came the first trial, I came to help these couple in here in BC in British Columbia. The very first one. It was so funny. The judge was really interested in my stuff, and she really wanted to keep going on with studying about me and what I'm doing, which was, to me, this is not what I came to Canada for. I came here to help these people who had, problems with their lives, not to concentrate on the Crown trying to figure out who I am. And it was so funny. I do this on a drop of a hat. The judge said to the lady, well, we'd like to do this again next week for another preliminary trial. He said to the man, are you going to be here? He says, no, I'm going to be working. I do electricity. Asked the woman, are you going to be here? No, I got to take care of kids. She asked me, are you going to be here? I said, of course I'm going to be here. Where else can I possibly be but here? I will never be there. I will always be here. So it says that the attorney for the other side, see, he's being sarcastic and argumentative in court. It's like, no, she asked me a question. Am I going to be here? What other option do I have other than to say, I am here. I'm always here. I can never be there. No matter where I am, I will always be here.
You were right.
Right. See, that's what's so
it's called living in the now, right?
For whatever. It's just, I'm always answering the question and never saying the other person, the other husband and wife that came in there said, no, I'm not going to be here. No, I got to babysit. No, I got to work. I said, yes, I'm always going to be. I always say it with I always never say the negative. I never say no. I say, well, of course. Where else can I be but here? So you got to do it on the seat of your pants. Obviously the answer should have been no, ma'am. I'm going to be in Calgary next week. That's honestly what I really believe that's going to be in Calgary. But you can't say no
in the future.
Right, but you can't say no in open court. It's that conditional acceptance. It's that you have to always kind of take the offer and say, okay, possibly I'll be here, maybe next week, definitely. But the first person who says no, yeah, right, offer, counter offer. You can't say no. The first one who says no loses.
Yeah.
That's dishonorable.
Yeah.
Now the fight is on. Is it, do you want to negotiate with me anymore? No. Okay, then the fight is on.
Well, you see, Karl, you are a breath of fresh air, okay? You are a breath of fresh air. All this crap that we heard.
On trial. That would be good.
Well, I'm not a breath of fresh air after the night of heavy taco eating.
Well, that's okay. I'm in California. You're out in Canada, so that's fine. But the thing is, a lot of people make it so complicated. And I mean, I do things a little bit differently than you do in court, but I still, like you, I keep it simple. I don't use their rules unless I'm using it against them. That's all I do. I don't use it for me. I never use it for me. I never file paperwork. I just do it by just talking to them. But the thing is, like you said, you got to keep it simple, and people make it so dang complicated, and it's not hard. And for me, I'm learning how to do it with paper. I've never done it with paper. I've always done it by speaking. But with paper and as a claimant, and reminding me of being the claimant that way. And,
I just put one notice into their case. I give them fair warning. Are you sure you really want to be doing this to me? I'll give you fair warning before I open up my case against you. Are you sure you really want to pursue me? Somebody said that to me the other day. They said, you got to get a business card. Say, my name is Karl Lentz. Google me, and you'll find out who I am. Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I thought I'd come on and, give that little bit of, like you said, somebody who disagrees with you on a few things, and kind of ask a few questions here, and it's some of the things I've heard so far. And I never get to really be on the live calls a whole lot lately. So I was listening tonight. I heard you were on. I was like, oh, I got to hurry up doing what I'm doing so I can get on the call. And when I heard you talk about some of the things I wanted to talk about, so kind of get some things cleared up. But I agree with you to keep it simple. That's the main rule. People just make it so complicated to get into the world's laws and codes and statutes that they don't need to get into. And because we're man, I remember the judge asking me questions about stuff like that. I'm going they wanted to put an attorney on me. I said, I don't need any attorney. I don't need one. Get them away from me. Keep them away from me. Whatever. I don't need attorneys. I can do it on my own.
The only problem is, Dallas, and this is what I'm trying to get people to understand, is the judge to me or a prosecutor to me is still a man. And if a man is trying to tell me what to do, it's like, sir, are you trying to give me legal advice? Sir, are you a party to this case? Sir, is there a reason why you're speaking to me? You want to be held liable for what you want to speak to me? You're going to have to swear in, just like everybody else, that what you're testifying is true. I'm not going to just speak to a fictional entity. I will speak to a man. And when a man commits fraud or tries to defraud me of my rights or my property, I'm going to hold him liable. So, do you wish to speak to me, sir? Not behind a robe and not behind a bench. Would you like to talk to me man to man? I'll be more than glad to entertain any proposition or proposal or offer from any man, any of my fellow man of mankind. Is there anything I can help you with today, sir? Can I aid and help you in any way? If not, I have no business with you.
You know, Karl, to prove what you're saying right there, back in 1999 when I went to the court in Riverside, and I asked the commissioner if he had a claim against me, and he said, I do not have a personal
There you go.
He knew that I was mano a mano.
Right.
So I do not have a personal claim against. They know. They know. It just
Okay.
even just the peace I talked to the guy that I knew, and before he died, he used to tell me some stuff about what they do in the courtroom, and it was just interesting. They know what they know what they're doing. They're taught, and they know how far to go, and they know who's doing what and whether or not they're doing it right.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like I said, when I say to people, like I tell them about Blackstone's commentary, when I say 378, when I say the plaintiff must appear, it says if the plaintiff does not appear, no verdict can be given. But if the plaintiff is said to be non sequitur, if he fails to pursue his claim. So what I try to tell people is, do you understand that the plaintiff is bound to appear in court? So in case he fails to file his suit, he's punished for filing a false claim. So if the plaintiff does not appear, no verdict can be given. So if the state of California is supposed to be the plaintiff, and the plaintiff doesn't appear, at least for the verdict, no verdict can be given. You see what I'm saying? Because if he fails in his case, in his suit, as punishment, he's going to get punished for his false claim. So I want the plaintiff to be there, so I can punish him for filing a false claim against me. And that's in Blackstone's commentary, volume 3, chapter 23, section 378 of Trial by Jury. And this is what I tell people all the time. I said, if the jury has at its own hazard the complicated questions of fact and law, and without any special verdict, they may find a verdict absolutely either for the plaintiff or the defendant. The jury can, at its own hazard, determine the complicated question of fact and law. Because man created the law. So the judge always says, oh no, that's my job, I'll determine the law. You'll determine the law. Dude, I made you. The people made you, judge. The people can determine the law. Believe me, the people made the judge didn't make the law. People made the law. Judges didn't make the law. So don't tell me what to interpret. Did I create the law? Am I the people? Did I create law? Yes. Judge, did you create law? No, you just interpret law. Who created the law, judge? People who create law. There you go. You're just a judge who interprets the law. Hey, we got people on that jury? Yeah. People created the law? Yeah. You interpret the law. You interpret better than that guy, because he's just an interpreter. You create. The creator can tell me what the hell's created. I'm not an interpreter. So it's just a lot of fun, man. Court's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is. And then whenever I go in to have fun. I don't go in. I'm nervous. I went in a couple of years. Forgot my California ID. That's all I have. I don't have a license. And forgot it. And usually my ID, they look at it and they say, have a good day. And they let me go. And I still don't know why. They always look at it and say, oh, having a good day, and let me go. But I didn't have my ID. And I had to go to Long Beach Court on Ocean Boulevard. And it didn't stipulate for the commissioner. Went to see a judge, 5 deputy sheriffs in there. I usually have a bunch of deputy sheriffs when I'm there. And yeah, I went in there to test out some things. They had a little bit of fun. Had my dad in a wheelchair. We were the only 2 in there. And by the time I finished, I walked out, and the 2 deputy sheriffs were peeking through the doorway down the hallway to make sure I was leaving. And you know, I was testing a few things out, and the judge ended up saying, you know, he's going to file a warrant for my arrest. I said, okay, yeah. Well, he's going to do it. He never did it.
You know what? I'll be very happy to hear from you one day, Dallas, when you say, I met a man in a courtroom that he's a man 24 hours, 7 days a week. He works part-time as a judge, 8 hours a week. But the other 16 hours a day, well, there's no doubt about it, he's a man. So I met this man in court. He's a judge. I met this man. He's a prosecutor. And this man tried to talk to me as another man would talk to any man. And I told this man, do you have a claim? And this man says he does not have a claim, not a personal claim. So I said, then on what man's behalf are you acting upon? Well, I'm not acting upon any man's claim. I'm acting upon a governmental statutory code. He's like, oh, okay, so you're telling me there is no injured party. So a valid cause of action has to have two elements, at least the nature of the wrong and the injured party. So you're telling me that you're bringing a false claim into the court. Oh, so you're telling me you're committing battery. So hopefully someday I'll hear Dallas sing this to me just as easily and naturally as I can. And I'll think I did a really good job because you're a really smart man.
The other day, you was talking to Angela, and people were asking about getting their children back. And you say, don't say children, say, I want my property returned. So my question is,
you want the rest? No. Okay, returned is the past. Okay, how can you get something? How can you get something done now that happened in the past?
Okay, thanks for correcting me. My question is, what if they ask, will you describe your property? How would you answer that?
See Exhibit A and attach a photo. See Exhibit A and attach a photo.
Okay, thank you. And number two,
how would you describe a screwdriver? You say see Exhibit A, and you attach a picture of a screwdriver. Has anybody seen this? I lost it. What does it look like? This. Anybody seen something look like this? Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And you were talking about someone stole your tree and turned it into furniture. And you also mentioned about a baker stole 10 pounds of flour and created 1,000 loaves of bread.
They did a taking and carrying off. But you want to say stole? Okay. You mean like a coat, like a mink stole? You mean a taking and carrying off? See, like I said, that's why I say in my show, that's why when talking to somebody like me, I could be considered like what people say. He's such an asshole. He's always got to be precise. Because I'm not. This isn't a slack show. I'm not a slacker. I wrote a law dictionary. I'm not a slack guy. So it gets very annoying when somebody says they stole it. Okay, what do you mean? They did a taking and carrying off. They lifted it from your possession. What did they do? They you know what I'm saying, stole. See, a lot of people get upset with me because I just don't let people be sloppy on the show, because that's what public schools allowed everybody to do. They allowed everybody to be sloppy. So when you go to court, they run you over like a freight train because you're using sloppy language. And see, and I don't tolerate that. You know, so like I said, when somebody said to me, if you watch a Dean Cliff, let's do Dean Cliff video just for a laugh. He did one up in Canada not long ago. He's actually citing out of the Black's Law Dictionary, okay, 1951 edition. That to me is the worst one out of all of them. You know, I was up in North Carolina. I said to the man, he had the fourth on his desk. I said, this is funny. This is the worst version of them all. This is right after the war. This is when communism started taking over. This is when these progressive people started to come into this country and try to rearrange the way the American people think. I said, so here we go. Let's turn to the word require. The word require, need, want, ask, demand. That's synonyms. Require. You know, require is that's not a definition. That's a book of synonyms. And this is what the schools are teaching you guys. Oh, just use synonyms. No, every word has an exact meaning. And it's precise. And when you write something, you can do it in 2 or 3 sentences. You don't have to write it. It doesn't have to be vague. You make it precise by using very exact words that only have one meaning and one meaning only. So you try not to use any form of like an adjective to diminish the capacity of the subject or the noun which you're trying to define. It's like I said. It's like I give the guy an example.
in North Carolina said, let's do the word blue. Blue is, if you said, let's look up the definition for blue, it says turquoise, teal, azul, sky. That's not, that's synonyms, but that's not a definition. Definition for blue would be it's a certain spectrum within a electromagnetic sphere that's between 65 megahertz and 67 megahertz. It's within a visual range in which a human octave nerve has the capacity to disseminate over other wavelengths. That's a definition of blue. Definition of blue is not azul, turquoise, teal. So like I said, when you're writing something in court, if you want to say, oh, it's you know, stolen, I just say, look, can you just say did they take it? Yeah, they take it, they carry it off with, did they carry it off? Yeah, okay, can you just say they did a taking and carrying off? There you go. And like I said, or did they commit larceny? Yeah, you can say larceny. Larceny means basically the same thing. They did a taking and carrying off without saying taking, and they did the taking and carrying off. You can say they committed larceny. But they said, you can say they stole it. How many different ways can we describe the word stole? What can stole also be considered? So like I said, you don't want to give anybody a loophole. You say, I don't understand what this word stole means. Can you tell me there's 3 different definitions in the dictionary? What's your definition of stole? They say, okay, buddy, you know what larceny means? Well, yeah. You know what, he took it and he carried off with it. Yeah, okay. I think that's pretty precise. So I try to say, just try to use words that only has one meaning to the common, to the people in which you're trying to communicate with. You don't want to leave anything vague. So to me, that's the best way to do it. Oh, sorry about that. Somehow you jumped back off. I don't know how you jumped back off. I was wondering if you were still there.
Yeah, I lost connection. I apologize. Traveling down the road. But my question was with the baker or the gentleman that committed larceny with your tree, and then they converted the tree into furniture. You said in that old case that you were entitled to your tree, but you're not entitled to the 100 loaves of bread or the furniture.
Right.
My question is, well, if the thief converted your property into something else, how is he allowed to gain from that conversion and your loss? Shouldn't you be entitled to whatever he converted it to because he stole it?
Okay, so you could prove that the man stole the flour, you're saying? That the way you said it, he stole the flour. Let's make it simple for you this time. He stole the flour?
Yeah. Keep it simple for my...
Okay, yeah. So you said the man stole the flour, okay? And then he decided to take the flour and he decided to bake bread.
Correct.
Right. Obviously, he's going to get whatever the law or the punishment of that community, that society for stealing or stoling. Obviously, he's going to be met at that punishment. He's going to lose his hand if he's in Saudi Arabia. He's going to have to pay the price for touching somebody else's goods, assets without their permission. Okay, like I said, I don't know what the community is going to do to the man, but you could only claim what is due. You could only make a claim for what is due. If your tree is worth $10, all you can claim is what is due. That's all. You can't claim anything that's not due to you. How much is this? How much are you due? $50.
Okay, you're getting $10. But my question is, if he stole your tree, turned it into furniture, and sold it for $1,000, and he only owes you the $10 that the tree was worth, then he's able to profit from his theft, and that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, well, that's nice. Okay. Like I said, man, like I said, the community will have a, fair and just, punishment for him. They'll have some sort of community standards. But when some man takes from you, say, a tree that's worth $50, all I can claim is $50. I don't know how to explain to you. Do you want me to say, no, sir, I'm totally wrong in my beliefs. I don't believe in God, or I do believe in God. I'm totally wrong in what I believe. Sir, this is what they call law. This is what they call jurisprudence. It's a belief.
What do you believe? It's a theory. It's a science. It's a religion. It's a practice. You practice law. Sir, this is all fraud. Only God knows what's true. I'm just telling you in my point of the universe right now and how I was raised and what I believe. When somebody steals something from me, all I can claim is what is due. If I was over in Saudi Arabia or in a Sharia law land, I could claim his hand. I could claim his firstborn son. Okay? I'm just telling you what's the common belief of the people and where I reside in my community, my society. I'm telling you the common law of my people. If you steal from me, all I can claim is what is due. Now, I could talk to a guy from Saudi Arabia and says, Karl, you make absolutely no sense. You mean I'm supposed to get his firstborn and I'm supposed to chop off his left pinky and I can wear it as a necklace? Okay. If that's what you believe, sir, hey, God bless you. You don't like what I believe? Okay. If you don't understand what I believe, okay. I'm not here to argue or fight with you. I'm just here to say, hey, look, where I come from, all I can claim is what's due. I'm telling you, in the courts where I live in the United States, I'm telling you, all the judges are going to give you what's due. If society thinks what they did was outrageous, then society could say, well, that was the wrong of outrage, a tort of outrage. That was outrageous. That was beyond consciousness of anything within a decent, civilized society could possibly comprehend. Not only are we going to give him what's due, we're going to give him compensatory damages so to make sure that that thief never does it again. But that's up to the jury. That's up to the society. That's up to the judge. Read Gore versus BMW, where the guy just wanted $60,000 from BMW. The judge gave him the $60,000. The judge gave him $10 million. He said, no, that's getting BMW off too lightly. I'm going to really stick it to BMW. You can only claim what's due. This is how we roll in the United States. If you want to roll some other where, in Chicago, wherever you're from, God bless you. If you don't understand how we roll in the United States, okay, I'm fine with that. You say, oh, I still don't understand. Okay, maybe someday you will, maybe someday you won't. Don't waste too much time trying to figure it out. If you can't figure it out, you can't figure it out. It's no big deal.
Well, I'm just thinking that if I was to rob a bank, say, of $10 million, and I'm able, within, say, 6 months, to convert that into $100 million, and then I get caught, then the bank's only entitled to the $10 million back.
I'm not saying West Coast Chop is or East Coast Chop. I'm not saying all biking companies, but you don't think that when I was growing up and back in the 80s and all these biker guys were all starting all these machine shops and bike shops and everything, you don't think they were all doing it by either selling guns or crystal meth or pot or marijuana or cocaine, that they were building up their assets and then they were turning it into businesses? Yeah, of course they were.
So now my Rockefeller did it.
Yes, right. So now 20, 30 years down the road, they say, hey, you know what, we got charges on you for selling pot back in 1978. What should they do? Should they take down all his businesses and take down all his corporations because he sold pot back in 1978 to start his business? What would you think is fair and just, sir?
Well, in that instance, the selling of pot, there's no damage or injury. There's no corpus delicti. There's no... Okay,
he robbed the bank. What should he do? He stole the bank. He robbed the bank of $500. He created all these corporations. Now he's a mega billionaire. What should they do? Take all his mega billions back and give it to the bank for $500 worth of $5,000? What should they do? What would you see, sir? This is what I'm saying. This is jurisprudence. This is just a theory, a belief, a practice, a religion. It's all what if? What if A equals B, B equals C? Well, C doesn't equal B all the time. What do we do?
Well,
this is fun. There's nothing ironclad. You want to find something ironclad? Go to the Bible. How many commandments are there in the Bible? How many are there?
10.
613. Close, sir. Close. 613, but you're close. Okay, and they have exact rules for stealing a chicken and stepping on a donkey. It's basically loss of life. Pull out one of your eyeballs or chop off your hands. Okay, there's a lot of commandments in the Bible. Now, if you actually want to sit around and actually list every single wrong that could possibly happen on planet Earth, you know, that's why they stopped writing all those commandments, because it started getting silly after a while. Go read some of the commandments in the Bible. They get really silly. Well, if thy son lifts up thy finger to thy stepmother in the presence of the second cousin twice removed, remove his left earlobe. It gets silly.
Oh,
I'm telling you, sir, this is what you want. You want an exacting and precise answer, and there is none.
Okay. Well, but my thinking is that they made those gains because of the theft, and I just can't wrap my mind around how they're entitled to keep what they've gotten by their fraud, deceit, and coercion. I'm just trying to comprehend it.
I know you've seen plenty of movies or read plenty of books where you walk out of the door and you make a left-hand turn or you make a right-hand turn and your whole life is different. Okay, so let's say you were a little kid and you were 3, 4, 5 years old. Okay, or you're 20 years old. You walk into Walmart and you decide to take a box of cigarettes and you get away with it. Okay, but if you didn't get away with it, your life would have went this way. You would have got arrested. This would have happened. You went this way and you became a very successful businessman. So what? So if you're saying, well, you see, if you did something wrong, you stole some cigarettes, so let's take away everything that you've ever earned, and we rolled back a videotape of you 30 years ago in Walmart, so everything that you accomplished today should be for naught because, what, you did it wrong? So what?
No, but the things you got from that particular wrong, say if you sold a carton of cigarettes for $100, maybe it's not his entire, not your entire life.
Well, how do you know? Because if he didn't steal a carton, he wouldn't have had the 100. He wouldn't have been able to play the Powerball and get 100 tickets, and he wouldn't have won the lottery.
Yeah, you got a point there.
See, this is jurisprudence, sir. This is just a religion. We can't prove anything. That's why it's a religion. It's just people bouncing ideas off of each other. What if, what if, what if, what if, what if? It's just a religion. That's all we're practicing. We're just speculating, we're guessing, we're killing some time on Saturday night just saying what do we believe is right, what do we believe is wrong. That's all. Sitting around a fucking campfire with a teepee and a smoke and a peace pipe saying, hey, what should we do if buffalo crosses penguin and hits the raccoon? I don't know. Maybe we should do this. Okay, Wampum Boy, what's your opinion? We're just guessing. Just gives us something to do.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just asking so I can get a better comprehension.
That's all. It's all the stuff that, like I said, my mom, or anybody tell you, all this fraud just brings you closer to God. That's all. When you all see it's fraud, nothing is true, but then you realize, oh my God, only God knows what's true. Yes, and we're all just guessing. Yes, but somehow we all got this little bit of something in us. Most of us have this little bit of something in us that actually tells us when we're doing right or doing wrong. And we feel good when we're doing right, and we know when we're doing wrong. Like, look at the dog, man. When he knows he's trying to steal food from a cat's plate, he's like looking around. Hey, the cat's going to catch me. The cat's going to catch me. Let me see if I can grab some of this food from this cat and run like hell before I get caught. Even dogs know when they're being sneaky. Everything's got that little bit of like a conscience and they know from right from wrong. So if you're telling me my dog knows, my dopey dog knows when he's stealing from a cat, that he shouldn't be doing it because he's going to get his nose tore up when a cat catches him. Don't tell me, human being, we don't have this built into us somehow for some reason. And you try to tell me that's because lightning struck a puddle somewhere and amoeba broke into life and somehow 10 billion years, every animal on planet Earth has some sort of like a conscious thought of right or wrong. Yeah, right. Tell me there is some sort of intelligent creator. Yeah, you go for that. Because this is just too much coincidence for me to swallow.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Very much.
That's just my belief. That's just my belief. I can be totally effing wrong. I don't care. I enjoy my belief. And I'm cool with it. I'm comfortable with it. And people totally disagree with my belief, God bless them. I don't care.
How about we talk about the objections that people that are running the courts have when you turn in a claim? They try to get you back into their system, the UCC system, instead of your claim being under the common law.
Well, it depends on if you filed it in their court, if you filed it at their court. If you filed it in their court, then you're bound by their rules, and you submitted jurisdiction, and you let loose your claim, and you are allowing them to determine your claim. Now, did you place it in that county court, or did you place it at that county court?
Well, I have a claim that I filed under
look at the very first word on that piece of paper. Is it in the district court, or is it at the district court?
Well, I'll have to look at that. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, I'm telling you, sir, right now, this is really simple. If it's in, you surrendered your claim.
and they get to determine whether it has merit or not. If it's at that court, you still have control over it. If you required a trial by jury, then nobody else is to open up that case or view that case or interpret that case until you get the right to try it on before the jury. That's what I do. It's also to let a kind of black robe do it.
Say that I did it wrong. I filed it in, and I filed it in. Can I refile?
Did the other side answer yet?
The other side answered, and they dismissed it.
Well then, if the other side answered, you got to require them to give you leave of court so you can amend your claim, and they can deny your right to amend it.
Well, when I said the other side, the judge answered it.
Okay, if the judge answered it, it's because you filed it in. Okay, so since you filed it in, you gave it to him to decide whether or not it has any merit. So you have to go back and you have to cross out the word. Just take the same exact claim, put a big red X with the word in, and put a nice big blue word that says at right next to it, and then resubmit it. There you go.
And that answers that question. And then every time they have a new objection where they try to pull you back in,
there won't be. How could there be a new objection? So that's a whole new thing then. Now, what do you want to talk about again?
Oh no, I'm just saying. You know, the idea is they always try to pull you back into their jurisdiction.
Because you asked them to. You put your hand to paper and you said you wish to be in the United States District Court. You just say you wish to be at the United States. You just wish to meet at the court. You wish to meet at the courthouse today, or you want to be in the courthouse today, bound by their rules? You want to meet at the courthouse where you're going to hold your court, or do you want to be inside of their courthouse in their court rules?
Yeah, I get that. So you're saying that after you do it correctly, they're not going to F with you anymore.
I didn't say they're not going to F with you, because they'll probably say, let's try to keep effing with this guy, because he doesn't even know the difference between in and out. He couldn't even get the first effing word right. Let's see, we keep jerking this clown's chains until he just goes away. Of course they're going to keep testing you. It's a trial. They're trying you.
All right.
They're trying to see if you're up to snuff to get into the heavy, title fight with Muhammad Ali. What do you think? They're just going to let you walk into the ring? No, they know you're going to get clobbered. So they're going to say, hey, you know what, Sonny? Take it back and practice a little more, tighten it up, and come back and give it another whack. We're here. We've been here for the last 5,000 years. We ain't going nowhere. The two types of court would be a common law based upon a contract with the parties, or the other one would be a court of statutes where the government, enrolls some sort of public law for your benefit. So you have statute courts and you have common law courts. Common law courts is courts that is based upon a contract between parties. Statute is between the government and when a man acts as a citizen within that government. So you got statute courts. You got a common law court that's based on some sort of like a contract between man and man, or man and credit card company, or man and a mortgage company. When a man takes himself out of the position of a man and he enters that into that of a person. Corporations are persons, and man can reduce his status to that of a person if he wishes to, and persons can contract with each other, and they create their own common law. Okay, and then the other kind of courts you have is courts based on statutes that a government created for you, like a state government or federal government created for you. Well, go ahead, guys. I just jump in every now and then. I got the trailer and I'm on my way back to Virginia. So just thank you, Karl. You guys are doing pretty good, but if you mess up, man, I'll jump in.
Knock us back in line. Again, gentlemen, can anyone explain to me how are you coming in if you are suing someone? What is the title?
Wait a second. Let me say one more time too. Do you want to get that clear with common law and equity? When you when you have a problem, like say you have a problem with me, say you gave me some money, and you don't think I did enough work for you, what you would do is you'd file a claim against me, and then we're going to try to, if we can't settle it on a private side, we're going to go in front of a jury or a guy in a black robe, a judge, and they're going to find what is fair and equitable. So don't try to think common law is one thing and equity is another thing. When you're going into court, you're always trying to find what's fair and equitable. You're trying to get some sort of justice. The don't think equity means something other than fair and just. The judge might say, okay, Karl, you got to do a little more work.
And he might say to you, well, Carl's going to do a little more work. You're going to do it, Carl? Good. Now Bob just paid Carl the money. So then he just made him, he just did what he believed, or the jury believed what was fair and equitable.
But what,
you got to understand the court is either based on statute or they're based on common law.
But Carl, what are you calling yourself? Just a man, or you're saying you claim it?
When you're a man, you when you claim it for what? If you're a man, can you reduce your status to that of a claimant? Sure. You can say, I'm a man and I'm making a claim. Sure. If you don't have the facts and proofs and evidence to back it up, you're just making a complaint. If you're just thinking that somebody did you wrong, but you can't prove they did you wrong, you're making a complaint.
Are you trying to say when you go into court, you're going to go in as the prosecutor? Is that what you want?
No. When you're going into prosecutor, just means that, you guys should just go get a dictionary. And prosecutor just means somebody who pursues something. You prosecute a case, or you're pursuing an animal through the woods. You're prosecuting the animal. You're chasing them through the woods because you're a hunter. Or you want to get a good job, so you're going to prosecute. It just means you're going after something.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, can I ask, when you've got two cases going separately, so one in legal land and one in common law land, once you've got your case going through...
Instead of prosecutor, you can say you're the one who's doing the pursuing. You're the pursuer. It doesn't matter. You're pursuing them into the court. You're trying to corner them and trap them, and you're trying to win.
So claiming is not good enough. Is that what you're saying, Carl?
A claimant just means making a claim. That's all. You're just telling everybody, okay, what's this piece of paper about? What costume are you wearing? How are you acting? What actions do you taking? You're taking the actions of what? Of a claimant? As a claimant? Or you want to play defendant? Which way you want to go? Somebody says something about a process server. To bring a third-party disinterested person and a witness to be the process server. No, they couldn't be the process server.
What would that be called, Charles?
What's that?
What would that be called?
The best thing that they could do then was create something called like an affidavit and just say that they did it. But no, is that an actual process server? No, because the process server actually has a form that the court clerk, which is like the process server, to fill out and say, I, on this day, process server that's been notarized or sworn into, like, you know, like almost like a notary. I hand-delivered this letter to this man on this day, or this, you know, envelope to this man on this day. It's something recognized by, it's like getting something notarized. You guys can play with this stuff. Oh my, I have 3 neutral, impartial people who notarized my letter. Well, you know what, go do the Gordon Hall show. You know, go do some Free Man of Montana show. Because 3 impartial people signing your letter is not the same as a notary process. Not in my world, not on my show. Is it true in the Free Man of Montana movement? Yeah, sure. Get 3 good, godly Christians to swear on the Bible and let them sign it, and it's considered a notary process seal. Good. I don't care. But all I'm talking about is in the United States of America, where I live, none of you don't recognize that. And I'm not going to battle with the judge when I can pay somebody $50 to go through it properly and just be done with it in 1 minute instead of sticking around with 3 impartial witnesses swearing to the Bible and all signing it under some notary process seal craziness. Pay the $50, get the process server to do it. He creates a legitimate document that the court recognizes all over planet Earth and just be done with it.
Well,
then I stand corrected, Karl. Thank you.
where would we get it in the UK, Karl?
Hey, Karl, can I ask you what your thought was when you put a box around your claim?
What did I think of what?
You put it in a box.
Yeah, it just means nothing is to be taken out of the box and nothing is allowed to enter the box.
Okay.
It's a line of demarcation. No more marks. That's all it means. No more marks. Demarcation. No more marks. Nothing comes in. Nothing goes out. Not one word added. Not one word can be believed. It's trapped. It's sealed. It's bound.
Would it be considered non-negotiable?
No, I wouldn't say it's non-negotiable. It's I hand it to the other person, and the other person can say to me, "Hey, you know, I got this letter from you, and it's pretty tight. You got it in a box and everything. I like what you got going on here, but can I offer you this instead?" That's fine. Everything's negotiable. Like you know, that's like everybody is on every freaking movie. Everything's for sale. Everything's got a price. Everything's negotiable.
Okay, but since it has a box around it, the rules of 4 and the rules of 8 apply, and just nothing can be added or nothing can be changed.
What you're basically supposed to do when you create the box, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to make like straight lines down to the bottom of the border, or squiggly lines to the bottom of the border, and that way if anybody tries to write something in the empty space on the white piece of paper, they'll see a line going through it. If I wanted to, I could have put lines on all the white area, but I trust the people not to mess around with it. But if I didn't trust them, if I really didn't trust them, I'd put straight lines, wiggly lines down to the border. Wherever my last period was, the period, and I'd just be dragging all kinds of straight lines and wiggly lines there. Right?
Yeah.
There you go. That way if they try to add words to it, they'd have lines going through the words that they're adding. And if they were looking at it, they've got lines going through it. Obviously, why would I draw lines through words? Ridiculous. I can put the line and fill up all the blank white spaces after I finish writing what I have to write. If you don't trust the people, you see that sometimes probably squiggly lines going down on the bottom of a white piece of paper, like if it was finished writing, somebody puts a squiggly line down the base of it. That's all.
When there's 2 different cases going on, let's say the Crown's got a case against you, but you've got a case at Queen's Bench. Now, if you win at Queen's Bench, do they get notified to stand down, or what happens when they're pursuing their case?
Okay, wait a second. You just said if you win a case in Queen's Bench, right?
Huh?
Who gets notified? The other side? What other side?
So the state, or the council, or the Crown, or whoever wants to take a case against you. If I take the man, and then I win against them.
Okay, you take a man to Queen's Bench, okay.
And then, because
you win against that man. You win against that man, okay. So you say your case has merit, and your case, yeah, right, you prevail. Right, okay.
Now, does that mean the man who's acting in the capacity of, let's say, an officer?
No, he's not acting in the capacity of the officer. He's acting in the capacity of a man. That's why he's in Queen's Bench. Okay. The reason why he's in Queen's Bench is because he acted outside of the capacity of being an officer.
If he's asking what happens to the Crown's case.
I don't care what happens. Okay. If you file a case against a man because he was acting outside of the color of the law, in which he was deprived of certain duty and obligation and privilege to uphold, that's it. Your person is still dealing with the Crown.
Okay. Now, if I get a judgment from Queen's Bench, can I take that judgment and then go into the Crown and then claim through their liability and say, hey, look.
It might help. It might help.
Okay.
It doesn't mean it's an automatic win. It might just say, look, in Queen's Bench, I showed that this man acted outside of the color of law. Now, did he act outside of a legalese? Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't know. Outside of color of law? Yeah, sure.
This is the thing that worries me, Karl, because if everyone can win at Queen's Bench, that means the Crown can still pursue. Let's say I grew 10 marijuana plants. Police came in. So let's say I grew 10 plants in my house. In their world, it's illegal. In my world, it's lawful. I prosecute the man. I win in Queen's Bench, but they say, well, our Crown case is still going, so we're still going to chase you.
It would be a pretty good idea to explain to the Crown that you prevailed in Queen's Bench, which is a higher court than theirs. Within England, in France, you would lose with that argument, but in England, you can prevail no problem because the judge knows that he operates in common law, even when he's acting in statute. He knows that the common law is above statutes in England.
And how will I enforce my fee schedule?
Oh, come on now. What's fee schedule?
Well, if I have a fee schedule for, let's say, for handcuffing me, for kidnapping me, etc.
You say that somebody made a trespass. Kidnapping is like some legalese word. Did somebody do you wrong? Does somebody owe you a debt? That's the only words I use. I don't use kidnapping.
Okay.
Did somebody do you wrong?
Yeah.
And trespass just means he owes you a debt.
Okay.
That's it. I'll say kidnapping. Oh, fee schedule for kidnapping? No, fee schedule for, here is the amount due for doing me wrong. You did me wrong. This is what I claim is fair and just compensation. This is what I claim is due. You don't see, when they took my kid, you see in my lawsuit, my claim, you see the word kidnapping appear?
No.
Did they physically take my child from me and my wife at the hospital after he was born? Yes. Technically, is that kidnapping? Yes. I didn't say that. I said what they did was a trespass. What they did was wrong. That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
So you don't gotta get all fancy and colorful. Say, oh, there was a kidnapping. Oh, come on.
Okay, fair play. So basically, it's just a trespass. They're the wrongdoers. As soon as I get the judgment, I explain it to them. Say, listen, I'm a higher court. This is the judgment. I win. Stand down.
Well, you could say, I believe they could rule in my favor. You don't tell anybody to stand down. I don't believe you little Lord Fauntleroys think you are. You don't order anything from any man, and you don't ever act above anybody, and this is what's getting you guys in trouble, is they're giving you orders, and now you think you're going to turn around and you're going to give them orders. And this is what causes, like, what people would call anarchy. Once you guys think you got the big boy pants on, you guys think it's fair turn and fair play to start turning it and dishing it back to them. And then they're going to get stronger, and they're going to dish it back to you, and then you're going to get stronger, and you're going to dish it back to them. And it's never going to end. Somebody's going to have to stop and say, look, you know what? We're all just going to have to effing get along. Yeah. Or we're just going to be constantly battling with each other. I'm not here to make anybody a little millionaire. I'm not here to help anybody make a ton of money. I'm just here to tell people, look, all I want them to do is let me alone. You stay back in your two-dimensional world. When I need you, I'll let you know. Stop trespassing in my third-dimensional world and stop stressing out my man. Stop stressing out my body. Stop stressing out my thoughts, my hopes, my dreams. Get out of my life. Let me be. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to go to war with the second dimension. Like I hear a lot of people doing that over in England. Like you got people like I'm trying to remember that guy in Liverpool. Nice man, Roger Hayes. But he's trying to go to war with the second dimension. I was like, I like the second dimension. I use a plastic card and I fill up my car with petrol. I'm fine. He wants people to take all their money and give it to him. He's going to destroy all the money and he's going to create a new currency based on silver gold. Look, I like the way the economy is. I'm fine. I go to work. They give me green pieces of paper. I'm a happy guy. I don't got to carry 10,000 pounds of rice on my back to go buy a dozen eggs anymore, like my grandfather used to do. I got cash. I got a plastic card. I want my children to have easy access to credit. I want my children to have easy access to loans and mortgages and banks. I don't want this third world country. It might be a little rough. It might be a little tough. They might have just went a little too far, and it's our duty to bring them back a little bit, but not to throw them under the bus and destroy the whole, economic system that took hundreds of years to build. Okay, it might need some tweaking, but just tweak it, man. Don't destroy it.
Okay.
And
the guy Bali I helped down in England. Do you understand how embarrassing that was when they started reading out his fee schedule in open court? Do you have any idea how embarrassing it was sitting next to him? He was charging him like £231,000 for each person of the council, like 20 people a day. So it's coming out to like 18,876,000,000 because they walked on his farm and took some photos. It's starting to get silly. Thank God the judge, that's how he won the day, because the judge said there's not one person at council that responded to this man's threats, did they? No. Why? Because you all know he's an idiot, and there's no way in the world he could possibly carry the day with this silly nonsense. And they're like, right. So he's done no wrong. Because nobody believed that his threats were serious. So you guys put all these silly fee schedules in, they're looking at you like, okay, how are you going to carry it off? Just like you asked me. Oh, well, how do I enforce my fee schedule? I said, what are you charging them, like $10 trillion? Because they gave you a speeding ticket or told you can't park here? If you're reasonable, the jury will be reasonable as well. Say, well, that's fair. But you start coming up with these crazy fee schedules of $28 billion, and the jury's going to look at you like you're crazy. If it's a reasonable amount, the jury will award you. But I'm saying some of you guys get crazy. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm giving my friend direction. We're in a motorway over here, so I'm just giving my friend direction. I said keep left, man. He's going on the wrong lane.
That makes sense. So as long as the figures are reasonable, nothing outrageous, like all the free match.
What I try to do is, if a cop gives me a ticket, like let's just say for last, let's say a cop gives you a ticket for 50 quid. I give him this fee schedule for 50. So it's basically a wash. So it's basically nobody wins. No hard feelings, nobody wins, and next time he sees me, they're not even going to waste their time taking a court to me because they're not going to get any money.
Okay. So it's been a display even. It's not even not to.
Right, did you ever see like that invoice that I made?
Yeah.
Okay, when he gives me a ticket, that's the amount of money I put down, the same amount, dollar for dollar. Or pound for pound, or quid for quid. Or sterling for sterling. So that way it's a wash, and the judge will get a good laugh, and the judge will laugh, and the cop will be kind of like, why am I wasting my time giving people tickets if we're not going to make no money? And then hopefully his supervisor will say the same thing. Why are you wasting time giving tickets when they come to court? We're not going to win, we're not going to lose, nothing's going to happen. We got to figure out a new way to make money because these people are figuring it out. Okay. All right. I don't want that cop to pay me any money out of his pocket. I just want that cop to let me alone. Go catch some bad guys. Go catch some rapists. Go catch some murderers. Leave me alone.
Can I cut in here for a second?
Is it free at Queen's Bench, or is there still a fee that you have to pay to get your case heard?
No, that quote that I put there on the paperwork, where it says that the right to Queen's Bench is free to the people and as well as to the king.
Okay, so it's always free at Queen's Bench, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in Blackstone's commentary. I don't know what the number is right off the top of my head, but it's in Blackstone's commentary. If you want me to send you the actual, just write me an email and put on the subject line 567 Queen's Bench free on the subject line. I'll send it.
You said that was Tomlin Law Dictionary.
Blackstone's commentaries. Blackstone is basically how England runs. England runs on Blackstone.
I was looking up process servers, so I got to send them out Monday. Right. And all they mention on their sites is a summons. They don't say anything about a notice. Now, the letter that I sent, is that essentially a claim? demanding my property back, and I witnessed he took it?
No, you just sent him a letter. You could say in that letter, it's a communication. That's all it is. You just communicate with somebody in the written form. You don't got to use any fancy words. You don't got to call it a summons. You don't got to call it a notice. You don't got to call it a suit. You sent a communication in a written form because you tried to communicate him verbally, and maybe he wasn't understanding what you were saying, so you wanted to clarify it in a written form. And all you basically made a little statement to the man that says, hey, I believe that you have my property, and I wish for its immediate restoration.
Right. So now I'm using a process server to send the same letter to his attorney or him.
Well, like I said, when you went and met with the assistant chief, did he say that this man has an attorney, or he said no, he's on his own? You serve it to him.
No, they did not say that. I did not speak those words to him. I spoke those words over the phone in the beginning before I met with him the day before, or a couple days before I met with him. I was asking him, who's their attorney. I finally got the name.
Right.
And I found his correct address. Yeah.
Oh, you did get his correct address?
Yes, I got the attorney's correct address. Finally,
you got the man's correct address, who was
I have 3 different addresses from him here in Georgia, so I guess I could say all 3 of these.
You gotta let me finish the question.
Sorry.
You got the correct address of the man who took your pot?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I finally got it. I had to pay for it, but I got it.
Okay, well then what you do then is you have the process server deliver the letter to him personally. It's got to go to him. Because you're not aware yet. You're not aware yet if he's got an attorney, because he didn't have the decency to answer your letter.
Got it.
Because I don't know, when you're writing a letter like that, you say, if you do not wish for me to communicate with you any further in the written form, because you have proper or competent counsel, please give this letter to your attorney or counsel, and he will communicate. All communications will now go through your attorney. So I will no longer bother you.
Thank you.
Say something nice and polite like that. So you don't get in trouble for stalking, harassing a cop, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so you said you made an amendment to a complaint. You filed a complaint?
Right.
Okay, and you filed a complaint. You're trying to amend the complaint. Did you try to convert the complaint into a claim?
Into a claim, because I amended it twice already, and I think
Is there some reason why you just won't let the complaint die and file a claim? And just realize you have to?
I can do that.
That's the easiest way to do it. Just say, you know what, this is ridiculous, because you're just going to confuse the holy bejesus out of them. You're trying to merge a dog with a cat, you're going to get this crazy-looking dog with this huge head running around, during a Super Bowl commercial-looking thing. They're going to try to figure out which end is up. And you're like, I just totally effed up. Just let that complaint just sit there. Just let it die of natural, causes or, unnatural causes. Let it go. And just file a claim. No big deal. Stylize it in the form of a claim, because if they're looking up all that gibberish, you want the other side to actually try to read all that gibberish. Try to merge your complaints with your claim. Did the other side answer the complaint yet? Did the other side 12B6 you or something yet? Did they answer you yet?
Where'd he go?
I don't know. If they didn't answer him yet, if they didn't answer...
You know what? He's muted for some reason.
Okay,
oh, there you go.
Let me just
there
say,
he is.
If the other side is answered, then it's a lost cause. If the other side didn't answer, then all he has is a case number. That's fine. He's already got a case number that you can just attach the claim and say strike everything from the prior paperwork because the other side hasn't yet. You can strike it all. But if the other side has already given an answer, then you're going to then the other side is going to be the one that determines whether or not you can amend your complaint. If they already answered, you can't amend your complaint without their permission, the other side that you're suing. And they'll say, no, we spent enough time and money answering this riddle. We're certainly not going to waste one more second of our life answering one more question. We're done. We already gave you our answer. We don't have to answer any more. And then you just got to let your claim or your complaint ride the way it is. but you could keep amending complaints or claims up until the other side answers. So, yeah, did you pay $350, $500? Yeah, sure. Then if the other side didn't answer, say, good, I got a valid case number. Nobody's answered to this case number yet. Great. You know what I'm going to do? Tell the court clerk I wish to strike everything. Make sure the other side get proper notice that you're striking every single thing. Everything that was sent to them on the other side because they have not answered yet. Then you can submit brand new paperwork and say, good, I got a valid case number that nobody's answered to yet. So, good. If it ain't been shipped off yet, since nobody's answered to it yet, great. It's like you're ordering something on eBay, not eBay, Amazon. You put the check in there for $20 if you wanted some crazy nonsense. Macy's or Sears or Walmart hasn't shipped it to you yet. You say, whoa, before you ship it, wait. I already got $20 credit. Great. I've got to change my order. I'm going to amend it. Just totally disregard all that other crap. Throw it in the waste bin. Here's the fucking brand new plane with the brand new orders. That you can do if you already spent money on it. I don't know.
Here's the scenario. I understand what you're saying, and it sounds good.
When you filed the complaint, did you get it without cost? What do they call it? Form of paucus? Did you file the form as a form in it?
Yes. That's all been taken care of.
Under Title 42, almost everybody gets granted form of office. Is it a Title 42 complaint?
It's not anymore. It was I amended it.
Stop being cute. I'm asking you a simple question. Was it a Title 42 complaint?
Yes.
Good. Then they didn't charge you a dime at that point, did they?
Right.
Right. Now when you try to amend it, they're going to either say this guy's trying to be slick because he knows everybody gets a free filing when they file form of office on Title 42. So the court clerk might just think you're trying to do the old switcheroo and trying to get something for nothing. She might, or she might just say, you know what, we make plenty of money, we don't need this guy's money. And she might let you actually switch it from a Title 42 complaint into that of a claim, into a totally different court, because you can't act as a man in the United States District Court. You have to take it to federal court. The United States District Court only lets citizens can appear in the United States District Court. A man doesn't appear in the United States District Court because the United States District Court doesn't have jurisdiction over a man. They have jurisdiction over citizens. Persons, they have some jurisdiction over. They don't have jurisdiction over man. So see, there's all these little nuances, man, you got to learn. Because you just think, oh, well, I filed a Title 42 complaint in the United States District Court. Now I'm going to switch and I'm going to make a claim that I'm a man. The United States District Court say, hey, we don't have any jurisdiction over man because man created us. It's just like we have no jurisdiction over God. We'd be saying, sir, just wait. What I'm trying to say is if God came down here and said to me, judge me, I say, sir, honestly, God, I don't have any jurisdiction over you. Okay? That's what the United States District Court would tell you if you came into the United States District Court as a man. They'd say, honestly, sir, you're way above. They wouldn't say it nicely. They'd just say, we have no jurisdiction to hear that matter. And they'd be telling you the truth. They can't judge their creator. So maybe you got to just listen to the show, go back a little bit and play it a couple times in your head to say, oh, I kind of see where Paul's going with this now. Okay? So you can let somebody else ask the question because you're going to need a lot of studying, man.
Yeah, I'm saying, but the judge did actually tell me to suggest that I amend the complaint already. She gave me that leeway to do it.
He can suggest you can amend the complaint because he's got jurisdiction over complaints of Title 42 cases. He has no jurisdiction over a claim of a man. Either you found the gold between that red rock and those the three trees, or you didn't. He can't say, well, you know what I suggest? That you tell me you found the gold someplace else. That'd be ridiculous. You can't amend a man's claim. The judge can't say, well, I recommend that you try to tell me that you found something someplace else. That's ridiculous. But he can tell you to suggest how to file a complaint, amend a complaint, because he has total jurisdiction control over your person, over you being a citizen. Yeah, that's a lovely guy. But to amend it into a claim as a man, he didn't tell you to do that.
No, she didn't. She didn't tell me to do that. You're right.
No, he wouldn't. That'd be crazy if I didn't even think that you could judge a man. She's a fellow man. She can't do it. You can't judge her. You can't do it. She couldn't do it. She's subservient to the man. How could she judge something about her? That's ridiculous.
But you're saying I can't move forward on this claim then? At this point.
Complaint. You can move on a complaint to it, but you're not going to be recognized as a man. A man doesn't complain.
No, I want to come on claim.
A man makes claims. A citizen can make a complaint. A subject can make a complaint. A slave? No, he can make a complaint, but nobody's going to listen to him. So if you're a debtor and you're making a complaint, anybody will listen to you. You're a slave. You got no rights. You're a slave. They can label you debtor. I don't care what the hell you answer. Is you the debtor here? Yes. They're going to turn their back on you and start talking right to the creditor. They couldn't give a rat's behind what a debtor puts into the court. Slave has no rights. Doesn't exist. Instant death. Mortgage. Death pledge. Instant death. I don't know how much clearer they got to make it to you.
I'm not the debtor. I'm not saying the debtor. I understand.
I'm just giving you the hierarchy, okay, of how these people look at us. I said, if you call yourself a man, she can't make a ruling on you, okay? If you're a subject or citizen, she can. If you're a debtor, you don't even have the right to stand there. Now, I don't know how you filed your Title 42 complaint and how you defined your person or yourself or your man. I don't know how you did it, but I'm just giving you the hierarchy of what you can and cannot do.
$18 months in jail. It's like, okay, we'll be glad to take that as long as I'll make a counter offer. Say for every month in jail, you give me $10,000. You know, if account 2, you seize all my property. Oh, seize all my property. The fair market value for 260 plants is $10,000. You give us the fair market. We'll talk about letting you keep all our property. You know, 10-year firearm program order. Great. We'll be glad to accept that order. Or we'll charge you $500 a year. And this DNA order to provide the police with a sample of DNA, we'll be more than glad to give you a sample of our DNA at $10,000 an ounce with 3-ounce minimum. And send it back to them. And they'll say, they'll look at this and they'll say, out of like a million offers that Canada's ever made to anybody, they'll say, these guys are just totally insane, or just totally Looney Tune, or totally not afraid to play the game. You know, they know the game. You know, it's like, remember I say this, I gotta go on my computer and put that, release that show. It was one of my first shows with the Alabama couple who were being chased in a high-speed pursuit chase. And they were throwing all the bales of pot out the window that they were trying to bring back to, you know, the West Coast from Florida. And all the pot bales were busting up all over the cops, you know, bumpers and hoods and windshields. And they just did that simple order thing when they got arrested. And the husband was out of jail in 1 day, and the wife was out of jail in 3 days. And the Alabama State Police brought them to the border and said, please don't ever come back to our state. Because when they were arrested, they said, let's try Karl's crazy. Oh, well, you ordered me to walk on this white line. And the wife talked for a long time on the show. The husband didn't talk too long, but the wife sounded like a pothead. And she was like, oh, yeah, it was great, man. I did your thing. They gave me this little white pad and a pencil. And every time they ordered me to sit down, I say, what's your name? And it's like, my name is Officer Jane. What's your badge number? 231. Good. Officer Jane says for me to sit down. And she said, what are you recording this for? He says, you give me an order, right? And he says, okay, great. I'm going to charge you $50. I was like, $50? Officer Jane would say, make it $1 million. And he's like, oh, wow, really? You don't mind? No, make it $1 billion. I don't give a damn. Just sit down. She's like, okie dokie. So she sent all these orders out. So then when she got to the court on the third day, the attorney general, came into the court and says, is this Daffy Broad writing out orders? Taking orders? And she's like, yeah, this crazy broad, like, how much do you think we owe her? He said, what do you mean, owe her? I don't know, probably a couple of billion. And they said, get her out of here. It was like the husband pulled this stunt, like the first day he was in, and we knew what he was doing, so he's already been. So I'm telling you, if you're in a high-speed pursuit in the state of Alabama by state police, and they got you on video throwing bales of pot out the window and smashing all over the cops' windshields, you're not going to be out in a day.
you're definitely going to have some sort of bail or bond if you get out. And when you go to trial, you know you're looking at 20 years in jail. These people, one husband was out in 1 day, and the wife was out in 3 days because the prison matron ladies had no idea what she was going on about. They just thought it was a joke. But these people actually know the rules. So if you know the rules and you know how to use the rules with these people, not so much against these people, but if you use their own rules against them, they're like, holy crap, they're very honorable people, and they will actually play according to procedure. Just like if they're playing tennis. You know, you're watching people playing Wimbledon, you're not going to catch the greatest like tennis players in the world cheating. They're not going to do it. They're very honorable. You know, they're on a stage, and they take their game very seriously. And they're not going to be happy if they had to cheat to win. Like playing golf. Golf's the same way. You know, if you kick the ball, you're supposed to be honorable. Say, okay, I double kicked it. You know, or you kissed it twice with the putt. You're supposed to admit it. You know, you're not supposed to. It's supposed to be a game of honor. You're not supposed to have somebody like, you know, satellite tracking on your ball for how many times it got struck. You're supposed to take it. And if you made a mistake on the scorecard at the end of the tournament, you're supposed to walk away from the $1 million and say, I made a mistake. I should have wrote 9, and I wrote 8 instead. I'm sorry. I said, but nobody caught you doing it, dude. Nobody saw you do it. It's like, I know I did it, and I got to give it. I got to give it to the next guy in line. So, like I said, most people don't think that they're very honorable people. They are, because they don't cheat. You just have to beat them at their own game. So that's the big thing. You've got to know the game that they're playing, and thank God this is common law land, because if this was, like I said, with Bali's case, that barrister guy was awesome. He knew statute, he knew code, he knew the rules like the back of it. He knew he ate this. You could tell this guy ate this stuff for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He dreamed these codes. He was incredible. Yep. But he couldn't handle it all, because common law is unwritten, and it's ridiculous. It's wherever the hell you want to take it. It's like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It's like, but watch, it's going to work, buddy. Well, no, it can't. Yeah, watch when the judge comes back, man. I was like, okay. In common law, a trust doesn't have to be recorded with the public. Okay. In common law, the beneficiaries don't have to have knowledge of the fact that they don't have to know who the grantor is. Okay, fine. The trustee doesn't have to disclose. Okay, fine. The judge had to say, okay, fine. It was common law. Anything goes. So they were trying to nail you for commercial distribution of forged paper into the public from a trust. But that's a public trust. Thank God I threw that adjective in there and said, but okay, you mean like a public trust? And they were like, yes. Okay. How about a common law trust? What? Oh, you don't think there's a difference, do you? Yeah, let me explain the difference. Remember, the judge was trying to swallow it like 3 times. It was like, let's just move on. I'll think about it. I'll ponder it. You know, during my.
He wrote it down on a bit of paper, and he sort of nodded a bit and thought,
Like the first time I said it, easy. Second time, it's like, still. Third time, it's like, let's move on to the next thing. I'll think about it, and I'll come back. So what the judges do is they'll actually ask a judge above them, ask them, like that magistrate guy who was also with them. They'll ask him some questions. They'll make some phone calls, you know, before he makes a ruling. You know, he might Google it, and he's like, okay, when he came back, he's like, that's fine, that's right, you're guilty of all this crap in the public, but that's fine. In common law, okay, you can do this, because it's not rich, dude, of course we can do it. Nobody's claiming harm, nobody's claiming loss, and nobody's injured. Of course we could do it. It's crazy. Common law is just totally insane. There is no rule. The rules are just real loss. Anything else goes. Make it up as you go. It's my turn. You know, it's 2014. I don't give a damn what they did in 2013. I certainly don't give a damn what they did in 1776, and I certainly don't care what they did in 1215. I don't care. It's my turn. They had their turn. They made their rules. It's my turn. Now I'm going to make my rules. It's unwritten. I'm just making them up as I go. Self-governing. This is what I believe is in my best interest. And that's the same thing the government tells you all the time. It's like, well, we're just doing it in the best interest of people. That's why we're making all these rules and making everything so strict. And, you know, we got to make sure, you know, mommy's here to make sure nobody gets hurt. So it's for your own good. And then you just got to say, hey, you know, F you, mommy. I let me get hurt. I got to live. I don't want to be a bubble boy. You know, I got to get out there and get my knees scraped up. Let me live. When they garnished your check, right?
Yeah.
Did you ask your the human resource division of your company, or your boss, or the accountant? Do you have a court order?
Yes. What I did was I sent them a personal letter and said, look, they have I have not had my due process rights.
Can you tell me?
I've had no judgment.
Can you tell me who is you sent the letter? You said I sent it.
Oh, I'm sorry. The lady at my employer and the lady who does the payroll. I sent it to both of them.
You're like a payroll.
At my work. Payroll lady.
Right. Okay. Did they give you the court order?
No. They just sent me a letter back saying that, well, we have to follow the IRS and blah blah. And then I actually sent them a letter to send to the IRS demanding, you know, the due process and the court order and all that. They sent it to the IRS and never got a response. And then they called them, and the IRS said, well, you have to do this because it's the law. And then they said, well, I'm sorry, we have to do this because it's the law. I don't work for them anymore because...
But you don't have any more good, then go for the claim to go get your property back, man. That's your credits. They get no right to release it to anybody without due process. A court order and a judgment. Go after those bastards that garnish your paycheck.
So do I go after the IRS or do I go after my employer?
The payroll department and your boss.
So go after my employer instead of the IRS.
That's what I was going to ask you. How much do you like your job?
Right.
If you don't work there no more, hey, that makes it easy for me to give you a little hint of what I would do.
Okay. So then what do I write to them is saying that, you know, I gave filing against them because they have
no right to discharge your property without your consent. That was your right. That was your credits. That was a contract between you and them. You had no third-party interloper allowed to administrate your property. He almost said, I object. And as soon as you say I object to what the other side said, that's joinder. That shows that you understand what is being said from that other side. Or you wouldn't have objected. If he was talking in Chinese, you just sit there looking stupid. You'd be like, I'm totally amused. It's like, staring stupidly, like, I got no clue what's going on here. You wouldn't say I object. Why? Because you don't understand anything they're saying. So he almost gave had an emotional outburst, a response, or moved his head to the left or the right, almost showed that he was competent, almost showed that he was not an idiot, almost showed that he knew what the other side was coming out of their mouth. He almost gave a reaction. And I said, you can't react to the other side. You can't answer to the other side. You can't object to the other side. They're speaking a foreign language. As soon as you speak something coherent, which would make sense to their language, they got joined up. They got jurisdiction. They got control over you. You just lost your court. Now you're in their world, and they're not going to let you out. When their side kept coming into my world, I kept running them over and beating the crap out of them. If you drift over to their side, they're going to run you over and beat the crap out of you. When you challenged him on the law, did you put it in writing and just say, can you bring the public law into the court? So this is not a lawless court that we're operating under.
No, when I went to the magistrates, what I done was I gave them
what I'm trying to say, do you understand the way you put it in writing and show that they must bring the law into the court so it's not a lawless court?
No, go tell me about that, man.
You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, I heard what you're going on about, and all I'm trying to say is, all you have to do is put it in writing and say, where is the law before the court? I do not see the law before the court. Where is the law? Who's bringing the law into the court? And have them there's got to be a public law somewhere in England, and they have to bring the law into the court. And if you challenge them and force them to bring, they will have it's called an enrolled law. It's in a roll. And they will have to bring the public law into the court. They will have to unroll the law,
before the court, they'll have to read the law into the court, and then you say, where am I expressly written into that law? Show me where I am bound by that law. Show me where I'm a signatory. Show me where my representative is who signed on my behalf, or show me where I'm defined in that law. Because I believe you're in error.
Right.
Good. I'm glad I like that answer.
Yeah, but as it stands out, I've got this no bail warrant out for my arrest. Now, like, when I got arrested, I didn't understand any of the charges. I didn't sign for nothing. They said to me, "You got to appear at the magistrate's court." I've gone to the magistrate's court. I gave them I filed a note with the clerk saying, what's he telling me? Oh, I require you to place your case before the Queen's Bench. Another notice as well, like on a separate sheet of paper saying, I, a man, Jamie Barnes, will only be appearing in the court as a man hearing claims made against me by another man, or words to that effect. It was like, I've been listening to your method, you know what I mean?
That's really good. No, that's good. Like I said, you will appear at Queen's Bench, right?
Yeah. Well, my notice.
You don't let them trick you into thinking Queen's Bench Division. You don't let them file it at Queen's Bench Division, do you?
No. In your group, on the Facebook, the Uncommon Law group, like we've been having this out, like, you know what I mean, and you see. I wrote
to that group about a month ago because you guys were falling into the division trap, and I said, stop. This is Queen's Bench Division, just do Queen's Bench. So, thank God that you guys are starting to. I've been on that group in a month now. I don't have time, but like I said, you guys got to. Thank God you're starting to understand the difference, and you hold them to it.
But we're all having trouble accessing the Queen's Bench.
Oh, so obviously because you think the council is going to move it over to Queen's Bench for you, even though they say they will. You think they're just going to do it just that gently and easily. You're not that far away from London for the Royal Courts of Justice. Take the treasure hunt map run. Go down to Royal Courts of Justice. You'll go on this nice little 2-3 mile walk through the castle, and you'll find the Queen's Bench clerk and place your claim there, and bypass all this council's nonsense. This council they say they will file it on your behalf before Queen's Bench. Baloney. They'll say they lost it, and they'll come up with a million reasons why. They'll say, well, why don't you just take it here? It's so much quicker and easier.
Well, so this is basically what Dave Witter's been saying. We'll go down there and appear right before the Masters and say, like, what's going on?
No. Royal Courts of Justice, man.
Royal Courts of Justice, yeah, the Strand.
Not the Masters, no. That's Crown. No, you're going to go, no. The Crown, the Queens, the Kings are the people. Like, you get the, say that, like the 1215, the Magna Carta, the Knights got together and said, look, or the lords or whoever got together and put the knife to John's throat and said, sign this thing. And they judge each other from now on. We're not going to no longer let you judge us. We're going to be judged by the trial of our peers. Trial by jury by our peers. We're not going to let the king think that he's God on earth anymore. We're not going to do this. We're tired. We're tired of this nonsense. You know, every time we don't blink at you properly, you take everything away from us. We got to start from dead zero again. We're tired of this. So that's the whole problem. I'm saying that the Crown is taking everything away from you guys and getting you guys down to zero, and then you guys got to start all over again. It's like, you know what, I'm tired of this. You know, we're done. We're going to go before trial by jury. We're going to go before our peers. We're going to go before the kings. We're going to go before the queens. We're going to go before the true.
Yeah, but how do we get to that? Like, because we...
You go to the Royal Courts of Justice. Dude, you go to the Royal Courts of Justice. They're going to go through security. Then you're going to...
This is not in front of the Masters.
You're going to see a lady. She's going to give you she's going to actually call it a treasure map. That's how hard it is to access Queen's Bench. They don't make it easy on you. And
well, literally, you've got to turn up there and say, I want the treasure map.
Yes, and she'll know exactly what you're talking about. And you get on the show next week and said, my God, she gave me a treasure map.
Are you, all right. Let's see.
I'm going
to go there Monday.
She makes a joke of it. She will. I say, can I have access? She says Queen's Bench Division, which is right down the hallway to the right. No, I want Queen's Bench. Oh, Queen's Bench. Oh, we have a map for that. Here you go. And then you come back on next week and says, because I didn't keep the copy of the map. You give the copy of the map and scan it for us, man. I'll put it on the website.
Wait. Let me just get this straight, because there's a lot of people who's going to want to be coming with me. Because a lot of people have got claims. That's a lot of claims that they want put forward. So we go to the Royal Court of Justice in the Strand. We go in there and we said we ask CEO.
Right. Right. I don't remember. It's like she was going to say it's like 7E or 6E.
Room E07.
No, it's not that room. That's Queen's Court Division. That's not it.
Yeah. That's the. I'm only saying that because that's the room that's on the website. That's the one.
No, that's not. That's Queen's Bench Division. No, that's the one right down the hallway to the left. No, and then you make a left and make a quick right, and you're there. Stand in front of the clerk. No, not that one. Oh, you want Queen's Bench? Court clerk. You want the Queen's Bench. I'm telling you, she's going to give you this treasure freaking map, and you're going to love it. You're going to be like, holy crap. I'm like, now I'm looking at a mirror. Which way do I go? It's ridiculous. It's such a fun trip trying to figure out what. Don't do it at 4:30 in the afternoon because it takes a while to get there.
I'm going to make that first thing in the morning.
Yeah, do it first thing in the morning. What an adventure. I videotaped it, man. So when I put it on a website, obviously I'm going to make it go fast so you guys don't get bored to tears watching me and Bali walk into like walls. And now where do we go? Oh, now we go left. Now we go up this stairs. Now we go down. No, then we take the elevator. I was like, it's insane.
Right, right, Karl, let me just clarify this. So it's crystal clear, yeah? I'm going to go to the Royal Court of Justice. I'm going to walk in there and I'm going to ask to see the treasure map to get access to Queen's Bench.
You say, I want to go to the Queen's Bench clerk. And she'll tell you like 807 or it's like, no, it's like 7E. You're going to give me a map? And she's like, oh, you want the treasure map? Here you go. And she's going to mock you. She's going to think it's funny that you're a cute little guy that you want to think the Queen's Bench still exists. She's going to mock you.
So what? And then what happens?
Then you follow the little treasure map, and then you go to Queen's Court clerk, and you hand him I made a 7-word claim. I, a man, claimed the wrong of trespass. I put Bali's name on the top, the man who did wrong, and that was it. See Exhibit A. That's it. And the rest was attached as an exhibit.
All right, well, I'll be back next week then.
All right, yeah, come back next week and tell us what the little quest was, man, how much fun it was. Videotape it if you can.
Well, I definitely will. If you go on my YouTube channel, if you type in Buckalop's Common Law, you'll see the 4 videos above. I've got the police interview with a woman. I've got me ringing up the magistrates yesterday just to see what was going on. I've got the phone call to the Crown Prosecution. The phone call to the Crown Prosecution is the best one, like. And I've also got a video of me in the post office. And this is how me and like the rest of the people who are in the Uncommon Law group have been trying to access Queen's Bench at the minute. But I'm going to go down there Monday, first thing Monday, and I'm going to try this.
Right, I'm pretty sure, like I said, if you had to go council registry or something like that, you've tried that route, and you went basically nowhere doing it that route.
I walked in the dock. I walked in the court, and the usher went, "Get in the dock." And I didn't even have a chance to say anything. Like, obviously, I would feel.
No. You want to be in a dock. Trust me. That's a good place. They always put man in a dock.
Why, Karl? Why is that good then?
No, because they isolate you because you're telling them that you are a man. So you're not a person. So they put you in a dock to protect you from their rhetoric, from their spiel, their bullshit. It's a great thing to be placed in a dock. Only man goes into a dock.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing, dude. Trust me. You're starting to hit.
Go on, sorry.
No, dude, and they'll maybe even draw the curtains on you, man. No, it's a good thing. They're protecting you because you think you hear your name bump a lot, and your heart rate explodes, and your blood pressure rises, and you start sweating and palpitating. They're protecting you because they're talking about your person. And they also witness that there's the man there. So they can only talk about your person. They can't talk about the man. They can't exist to cause harm to the man. So they're protecting you, dude. It's a great thing to put you in the dock.
Is that similar? Oh, my face. I can't believe that.
That's why they're doing it, dude. It's not a bad thing. And see, in Canada, it doesn't make any sense because the dock don't go to the ceiling. I don't understand this partial dock. It's like, it doesn't make sense. In England, it goes right to the ceiling, right?
It go right to the ceiling, I know.
Right, they're isolating you, man. They're making sure you stay in your world, not in theirs. It's a wonderful thing to be put in a dock. You don't want to be in their world, do you?
No. And when you're in the dock, you just look up at the ceiling tiles and count the ceiling tiles and look at the stars, whistle. That'll really drive them totally bonkers because they know you know what you're doing.
Do you know, when I was in the doctor with my trial last year, if I weren't asleep, I was reading this book. In this book, it's called, you could download it, you might know it. What was it called, Brum? It was saying about the art of cross-examination. You could download it anywhere off the internet. But
that's good. What I'm saying is you're not running into man in those courts. You're running into persons, and you want to meet man to man in front of Queen's Bench. You want the duel. You want the challenge. You want to do it pistols at dawn, swords at dawn. You're not going to deal with some guy who's not going to be liable for his words. Why should you be liable if he doesn't have to be liable? That's not fair. Draw him out to Queen's Bench. That's right. Settle it man to man. 2 go in, 1 walk out. Maybe both you'll die, but 2 go in, only 1 comes out. Trust me.
What do I do in regards to this no bail warrant though?
No bail warrant? What are you talking about? Are you saying that they won't give you
the magistrate has issued a no bail warrant for me, for my arrest.
Okay, there's 2 ways to look at it. It's a good thing that they don't require bail, or they're saying that they're not give you bail because you committed murder.
Oh, wait, say that again?
It could be, you can look at it both ways. No bail warrant could be like they're going to let you go on your own recognizance, or they're going to say no bail because you're a danger to the state, like you're a murderer.
No, I'm not a danger.
Well, I don't know what. You asked me the question. I gave you 2 ways that I would even read.
I'm going to get off here and let somebody else have a chance to talk because it's late here anyway. And I want to.
Okay. All right, get back to the show, man, and tell us, man, what happened in Queen's Bench, and show us that damn treasure map. And like I said, don't ask me if you get videotape because obviously, if it's the Queen's Bench, if it's the People's Court, the people don't ask if they could do what they wish to do. It's like Bali did. He asked, "Can I videotape here, take pictures here?" And they said no. So as soon as they said to him no, I fired up my video camera and started videotaping. Bali's like, "The guy just said no. Didn't you hear him?" He's like, "No. You asked him, can you photograph?" I'm not going to ask him. What do you think? I'm stupid? This is my castle. This is the People's Court. I'm going to damn videotape whatever the hell I want. Okay. All it basically was saying is that dear, whatever her name was, I see that the processor made a presentment of a package to you on whatever date and registered mail number, whatever it was. Mm-hmm. I believe that you are holding this package unlawfully for the delivered to, and there was 2 men who actually came in and took the birds for the agency, like for the EPA, whatever they had going on here in Canada. So I said to them, these are honorable men, and they know law requires of them to respond within 72 hours. So there is no other option for me other than to believe that you are in unlawful possession of the package. And I'm going to hold you liable for the contents of the package. You know what I'm saying? We're doing it that way. And then we're going to sue her. And then when we sue her, obviously, she's going to answer within 21 days and say, I gave it to Bob and Joe immediately. They're like, okay. Then we're going to come after Bob and Joe.
The judge said, "Oh, you know, will you stand up?" Of which he was already standing anyway. Right. And he said, "What's your name?" And then he said, "Oh, sorry, what did you say?" And he said, "What's your name?" And he pulled a funny face at him and said, "No, perhaps I didn't quite understand what you said." He said, "What's your name?" And he said, "Well, what do you think my name is?" Which he said his name. And then he thought, right, okay. Say that name again. And then he said it again. And by now the judge is obviously getting pissed off because thinking, shit, we haven't even got to screen you yet and you can't even get past the first question. Then by the third time he said, you know what, maybe I'm not hearing you correctly. Can you write the name down, please? So he wrote it down on a piece of paper, passed it to the usher, brought it to him, all in capital. And what he said was, I'm not the author of that name. That was it. It was all over.
That's all. It's all over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all over. And it's such a different, less confrontational way of doing it, which I thought was just hilarious. I thought, yeah, I suppose it's the exact same thing, but it's just a little bit different.
That's right. And one of the things that Karl said too about being the man and the women is that you don't have to go right at them hard. Like, I was pulled out of my car they broke my window, they pulled me out, threw me in the ground, blooded me up and everything. But right for now, I'm just giving them a chance to just give me my property back. I'm trying to be a decent man, right?
Yeah, give them a space to correct their errors of weighing and, learn from this themselves.
Exactly. But if you refuse to give me my property back, then I'm going to go after the trespass, right?
Yeah, done.
Automatically.
I've got no choice. I'm going to have to now. You put me in the position. You did it. I didn't want to do it. Now you did it. And then now it's all your fault, whatever happens from now on.
Exactly. And then what's funny is when I mailed my fair warning notices out, the cop that pulled me out of the car was at my court hearing. So he's obviously a little nervous because I haven't seen him since.
But you're seeing all sorts of stupidness going on, judges changing X, Y, and Z. And the other one which I had coming back to when you tried to get, say, an admin staff or somebody to try and conform. The one which I had was where in fact, it was for the possession case I was trying to do in the admin call, where I didn't fill out the forms and I handed it in. And I was a bit rusty before, so this is the first time I was actually a bit more on the ball. And she said, oh, brilliant, no problem. And we need this much money, brilliant, there's your money. And she said, oh, I'll just double check, make sure we got everything in here before I stamp it and then give you your copy back. I went, yeah, fine, brilliant, excellent. Just tell me if I've missed anything. And she said, oh, there's no application form. And I said, yes, there is. It's on the top. She said, that's not a proper application form. I don't know what that is. No, you have to have an application form. And I said, brilliant. I've got an application form. It's right at the bottom. If you go down to the last page, the last 2 pages, you'll see the application form. And there's a blank version. And I wrote Exhibit K or something on it. I can't remember what I wrote on it. And she said, yeah, but it's blank. I can't tell you this. It hasn't been filled in correctly. I went, oh, all right. So you're now giving me legal advice. And there's a sticker here in front of the window that says that you don't give legal advice. And her face just drops. And she thought, shit, what do I say to that? I said, but you're now telling me that I have to fill this form out. But that's legal advice. And she just didn't know which way to turn. She just thought, oh my God, what do I say? And then I said to her, in a nice way, I said, well, you know what? If you're right, this is the quickest £200 that this judge is ever going to make. Because if it really is true, I'm just going to turn up to the first hearing and he's going to throw it out. And that is the quickest £200 that anyone's ever going to earn. And she started laughing. And she thought, hey, you've got a point. Study it. And she just stamped it and she gave me it back.
So what you're saying is I write a handwritten letter, which is going to be the original. I take the original and make copies of it. Take the original and the copies that I've made and take them down to the courthouse and have them file stamped. And then take them to your barrister here, just an attorney. And
is it the attorney for the loan company or
the bank? Yeah.
And their attorney
that's representing the bank. And make the offer to make the payment.
And
whatever I can do.
What you can afford.
What I can afford.
Your best offer, your best endeavor.
I keep the original. Do not let the original out of my hand and serve them with a copy. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. You imagine that certificate has value because that's going to save your ass when you go into the court. So that's good as certificate, good as money.
Okay. Well, now I got to redo it because, I wasn't told all that. And so I did an original letter and I just mailed it off today. I have a copy, but I didn't take it to the courthouse and file stamp it. And I didn't keep the original and serve them with a copy. I didn't do any of that.
know, the interesting thing is some people get stuck down into the specifics. I'm sure there's probably an even better way than what I've just described, but don't worry too much about it. If that's roughly the logic you followed by, it's not the end of the world. The offer's made. If you did an offer and an offer's done, an offer's done. Yeah.
Well, I did send them original. I do have a copy. I did send it certified mail. So and I put the certified mail number right on the top of the letter. So all of it, all of it checks out.
Yeah. You've got to say they didn't logically. Yeah, we're talking about common law here with unwritten rules. So as long as it looks like some logical process, that the way I think about everything, I think about everything as in, if there was a jury there in front of me, because they're allowed to interpret the law as well as the facts. So really, that's quite a different case, because normally a judge just looks on the facts, probabilities, and then that's it, job done. Never really talks about the law. But the jury technically has the ability to realize and say, oh, that makes no sense. But hang on, he did follow a process of which makes sense, and for that reason, you couldn't say what he did was completely wrong. You could just say, it's not perfect, but the logic was there. Yeah, the offer was made. Yeah. Don't worry too much about it and think that you have to serve the whole damn thing all over again. But what's done?
Well, I like your process. I like your school of thought in the process. So I will do that on this next series or this next situation that I'm dealing with.
Or the next reminder letter. You know, just
I can do it on the reminder letter.
Yeah. But like I say, for your one coming up, you want two, one original letter and then a reminder, and then you turn it up to say, hang on, I've made a clear case here. Look, I'm standing in honour here. I'm doing in every which way that I can foresee that this being done correctly. Now, who's going to step up to the plate and say that what I've done is wrong? Right, might be, and they might turn around and test you and say, well, it doesn't fit this CPR rule and X, Y, and Z, but my default setting, what the hell's the CPR rule? I ain't got a clue. I don't remember learning that at school. Is that something you have to abide by? Brilliant, that's good. So that's you. But what about me? I'm an I, and I just go by simple logic and basic stuff and unwritten rules. Oh, guess what? They're unwritten. I made it up now, and I'm about to change it in 2 minutes, and I'm going to change it again in 2 hours.
You don't worry about apostrophe S. Queen's Bench said, you guys got to stop this nonsense. You're a man. You're a woman. You make a claim. In wherever your freaking claims court is, wherever. I don't care if you're Eskimos. I don't care if you're Aborigines. I don't care if you're Zulus. Where do you guys go that's commonly held in the belief of the people where you exist on planet Earth? Where is the building or the big tree or the big teepee or the big igloo where you meet up at to bring forth a claim that somebody's done you wrong? Okay? This guy's saying, oh, Bavali, put the video of Queen's Bench on so we find out what, dude, just stop. It's ridiculous. Go to your local claims court. What do you guys make?
I just can't understand how somebody managed to get lost when you get lost, you have the directions. And I don't think that place was that big.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Maybe I didn't go to the rest of it.
Well, they can't
sure it wasn't that big.
Well, they can't ask the security guard, can you bring me to the room? Or just say, can you bring me to the security?
I think it was like the British thing. The man thing doesn't ask directions, so they just keep going around for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, the security guard, can you bring me there? I'm sure the security guard would be more than glad. So I don't want to walk into some judge's courtroom. I don't want to walk into some place and piss everybody off. Can you just bring me to the damn, or whatever room that was, like 7G or 7F? I don't remember what it was, or something like that. So can you just bring me there? But like I said, I'm so sick of these people arguing you and saying to you, where's Queen's Bench? Where's Queen's Bench? Where's Queen's Bench? Look, you got a local court of claims? Well, it's small claims. It's like, you know what? Don't worry about what they call it, all right? Get another man in there.
You're a man, great, make a claim. Well, I want to make my $1 billion claim against this person. It's like, you know what? Don't worry about it. Just get a judgment against this guy, okay? Why don't you guys just start trying to figure out how to get a little tiny, just walk into a courtroom and finally make a little tiny simple claim, little tiny simple claim before you start going after these guys for $700 billion. Why don't you just try to get a win on a little simple tiny claim and learn how this process works instead of trying to take down Goliath in the first swing? You see what I'm trying to say, Bolly?
Yeah, no, I totally do.
Just try to go to court and make a nice little simple claim against somebody who's done you wrong. Like, say, Barry Rose. Say Barry Rose is that bad officer who did you wrong. Instead of taking him for $1 billion, just take him to claims court and say, you know what, he loosened up the hinges on my fence. And see, now the hinges hang down low because this guy weighs 300 freaking pounds. He bent my hinge. Make a claim for $20. See how the process works, people. There you go. No, it's not so scary.
Yeah. I've seen the far too many claims going for this $50 million and all that nonsense.
Hey, why don't you guys just learn how to make a $30 claim, a $300 claim? Make a little simple claim. Figure out this process works, just like with Bolly going over there. Well, Bolly's going to court now for like a little covered wagon, a caravan-looking thing. All the big, scary things are gone. All he's got to do now is try to feel confident in himself to walk into a court and make a claim that somebody trespassed on his land and took pictures of his caravan and started all this nonsense where he had to spend 10 grand to bring me over there and help him out. Little simple claim. All right, so Bob, if anybody gives you any more nonsense about this Queen's bench, and should I put apostrophe S after the apostrophe, a capital Q, oh, just stop. Just say these are the rules we're going to move under. The rules we're going to move under is a court of claims. Claims court. We're going to have you know what? We're going to have a claims court at the county court. We're going to meet at the county building. We're going to meet at the big tree. We're going to meet in the teepee. We're going to meet at the igloo. We're going to all meet up at that courthouse located at that location. But you know what we'd have? We'd have a court of claims. We'd have a claims court. Where do we make claims? Every court clerk will be able to tell you, hey, where do I file a claim? I'm a man, and another man's done me wrong. Where do I go to file this claim? And she'll say, well, this is the right building. Well, that's great. Do you got any, what do I need for you to make the magic happen? Oh, give me $50. Oh, what do I do? Fill this piece of paper out. Okay, fill a piece of paper out. And make your damn claim against the man. That's it. It's really simple. There's no statutes involved. She's not going to say, oh, well, you're not in compliance with code 1, 2, 3, 4. Say, hey, look, I'm just a stupid man. I don't know what freaking code I got to comply with. All I know is my neighbor's dog ate my tree, and all I wanted my neighbor to do is fix my tree. You don't see Judge Dookie saying, well, according to this code, he doesn't have to fix your tree. Well, that's ridiculous. That's where you just go into a claims court. So like I said, Bolly, just be, like I said, let these people, you know, don't let them go on with too much goofy stuff like that, man. Don't let them get caught. You get caught up in some crazy conversations like, is it apostrophe S, no double S, double Q? It's like, oh, people, stop. You people don't even know what Queen's Bench means, and you're worrying about how to write the damn thing. All it is a Queen's Bench. It just means the People's Court. That's all it is. It's just the People's Court. That's all. There's a common law court. What's common law? They could have a common law court and traffic court. The people who administrate traffic courts every day, that's their common law. That's their common beliefs. All common law is the belief of the people who occupy a certain district, a certain part of planet Earth at that period of time. All the people who jammed into the traffic court, they believe you need a driver's license. That's what they believe. They believe you use speed, you should have a fine. That's their common belief. Heaven forbid you go in front of a trial by jury and some little old lady say, well, this is traffic court. That doesn't matter what it is. The little ladies believe you do 100 miles an hour down their neighborhood. You should hang. You should pay $1 billion fine. Because as far as they're concerned, you did wrong. They say, well, there's no home injury loss. Well, they're not going to care. That's why you have a trial by jury with those kind of attitudes, because they'll hang you. That's why you get in front of a guy in a black robe. Say, well, sure, I did 100 miles an hour. I'm sorry, sir. They say, oh, okay, I'll never do that again. It's like, okay, he's supposed to turn the other cheek and say, okay, fine. He's supposed to let you go. But if you're operating under the license at the time, he's going to fine you to what the contract says. You're bound. You're imposed a duty. You have a duty, and when you have a duty, they can impose a fine on you for breaching that contract, for breaching that duty. If it says 100 miles an hour, that you're speeding through your bingo, your Kiwanis club, or your Lions club, or whatever Eagles Lodge club that you belong in, a golf club that you belong in. So you're going playing golf. You take the golf cart 100 miles an hour through the greens. They said, look, man, we catch you doing 100 miles through the greens, man, we'll charge you a $1,000 fine. Or you're no longer allowed part of this club. What are you going to do? You'll pay a $1,000 fine. Or you're going to give up what? Your membership card. You don't want to pay a $1,000 fine for driving while you're under a license. Don't give up your driver's license card. Don't be part of the club anymore. I understand how this is freaking rocket science, man. How this is so freaking hard to understand. It's scary that you guys can't get the simple stuff. And if you just say, look, man, I was playing golf. Well, you remember this club? No. You mean you just walked onto this club and started playing? Yes. I didn't know, man. Did I trespass on somebody else's club? Did I harm somebody? If I did, give me the bill. If not, I'm just a man walking around planet Earth. Did I hurt anything? Well, no. Well, then, okay. Let me know if I hurt something. I'm sorry if I trespassed on somebody's land. Give me the bill. And they said, well, this is private property. Okay, well, then I guess I'll be leaving now. Just like you'd want somebody to respect your private property. Not these greeny weak coggers said, no, nobody should own private property. Anybody should play golf wherever they want. Well, that's ridiculous. Somebody put a vested interest in that land and that property. They should have the rights to secure and protect their property from trespass. They could ask, can they share God's green earth? Yeah, you want to put a vested interest in it? Well, give me cash. Unless you want to do the groundskeeping work. If you ain't got cash, trim all these trees for me. Then welcome to the club. It's a benefit that you invited to go someplace is lovely. You know, somebody gave you an invitation to appear. But if they're compelling a performance of you, then you're going to require them to compensate you, aren't you?
Right.
Okay, well, why? Why am I right? Instead of just saying I'm right, why?
Do they compensate you for your time?
Wouldn't that be a benefit that you got summons to appear?
Yeah, but he doesn't want any benefit. They also make $50 an hour.
Yeah, okay, well, that's lovely that he doesn't want to, but you're living within a society, and you're duty-bound to honor bound to accept all presents, whether you like presents or not. And you've got to, when you get a present, you have to say thank you. You've got to give a real good reason why you can't accept their summons to appear. You've got to say, you know, it caused me great injury and harm. I have a heart condition, whatever. I can't travel, but you're more than welcome to come here. We'll do it here from my house.
Okay.
You want to do it at your house?
No.
No. Okay. Well, see, this is what I'm trying to say. You can't be dishonorable. Because you moved in, you're a dishonorable person, they're going to just move a court against you so fast it's going to be funny. You're the one who told them no. You always have to be the one who says, well, that'd be a lovely thing to do. I'd love to go down there. But I'd require this, this, and this for my expense and my travels and everything else. You just don't know how to accept a gift. I mean, somebody didn't teach you when you were real young how to accept a gift.
Well, what he wants to do is he wants to go in there and give her a letter that he wishes to just communicate with her in writing. He doesn't want to talk to her. He's rude. She yells. She screams. And his heart can't take it. He's just recovering from a heart attack, you know?
So somebody didn't teach him how to behave either when he was a child.
Right. He's not confrontational. He is a old timer, you know.
Yeah, he's a child. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So like I said, yeah, that'd probably be best for him to do everything in writing then if he can't control his temper.
He can control his temper.
That's all right.
He can't control her.
He's not supposed to control another woman. Well, he's got, where's he delegated authority and power over another human being? He's not God. He didn't create her. Did he say daddy? No, I don't think so. You better not try to control her. You better just accept this person. See, you guys just don't know how to act in public. That's the whole problem. All I'm trying to say is when Bill says under the law, you say, what law? What law do you believe I'm under? What law do you believe controls me? What law? And then if he says the Australian Act of 1972, say, sir, I wasn't even born in 1972. I certainly couldn't have signed
I couldn't assign myself under the law. I couldn't possibly place myself under the law. I did not contract. My name, I guarantee, sir, in 1972, you're not going to find it in that law. You're not going to see my name, Karl, within that law anywhere. So, no, that law does not bind Karl. It does not bind I as a man, nor does it bind my name, Karl. It has to be expressed, not applied, to be a good law.
Well, that's
You just have to get right. So, like I'm saying, right now, you just, just going on and on and on. You have to learn some very basic, simple, like concepts or beliefs or strategy to play this game. You can't just keep jumping up and down like a Nancy boy and keep saying, that's not fair, that's not fair, you have no power over me, that's no fair. No, they don't care. They're going to say, you know what?
I realize that.
You're going to have to start talking to them like a man on man to hold them liable. Because you can only hold a man liable for what he believes. So you just say, Bill, do you believe I owe you a debt? No. Bill, do you believe I owe Australian IRS a debt? Well, the law says, no, Bill, I don't care what the law says, Bill. I'm asking you, do you believe I do? What do you believe, Bill? Tell me, Bill. What do you believe, Bill? Just talk to me, man. Do you believe I owe it? Tell me. And then he'll never say yes. He'll never say yes because he's like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what I believe. See, I just came over the Canadian border the other day. Lovely border patrolmen up there. Lovely. They laid a whole bunch of my money out there on the table. And they said, do you have any Canadian money or United States money? I said, why would I have Bill's or Bobby's or Susie's money? And they said they had all the money laid across the table. They said, do you have any Canadian or United States money? I said, why would I have Bill's, Bob's, Sue's, or Canadian or American, U.S. money? If I had Bill's or Bob's or Susie's money or United States money, wouldn't it be proper for me to give it back? Why would I be doing with somebody else's property? Why would I have some possession of somebody else's belongings? Why would I have the United States money? Why would I have Canadian money? Why would I have Bob's or Sue's or Bill's money? That would be, wouldn't that be like kind of like theft, or wouldn't that be a good idea to give it back if I did have something that belongs to somebody else? I said, no, that money is my money. And he says, how much money do you believe is here? I said, sir, all I know is I believe I exist. All I know is that God is, all I know is God is true. Only God could know what's true. I don't know what's on that table. He said, do you believe, how much money do you believe is there? I said, how much money do you believe is there? I said, because all I know is I believe that I exist. And if I don't, the only thing I know is true is God's true. You ask me. He kept asking me, what do you believe is on that table? How much money do you believe is there? I said, sir, you tell me what you believe. I said, I just told you I believe in God. Only God knows what's true. I have no idea what's on that table. You see how simple this is? And then the guy, obviously the border patrolman, the passport, the guy, when we came in and had to do our passports, obviously he didn't like those kind of answers, but he didn't give me no hard time. He knew what I was doing. He just kept asking me, what do I believe? So I flipped it back on him. Well, what do you believe? Do you believe I owe a debt? Do you believe I owe somebody money? Do you believe I owe Australian money? Do you believe that's Australian money? But he just asked me a simple question. He said, do you have any Canadian money? No. Do you have any United States money? No. He said, then what's this? I said, it's my money. Why would I have the United States or Canadian money or Bob's money or Susie's money or Bill's money? That wouldn't be very nice of me, would it? It wouldn't be very proper. I bet the money that I just pulled out of my pocket, that better be my money. See how simple this is? If he said, well, it's United States money, I want to give it back to the United States, I'd say, well, then go ahead. Because I just told him it was somebody else's money, not mine. If he says, how much money do you believe is there? What if I had set a certain amount, and he'd say, well, you can't have more than $5. Anything more than $5, we're going to give it to the United States or give it to somebody else. I said, I don't know. You tell me what do I see there? I don't know. You see any money there? I don't know. What do you believe? I believe I exist. And the only thing I believe is that God will tell me what's true, hopefully. I said, I don't know what's true. I'm just taking a guess. You think there's money there, sir? You tell me what you think that's worth. I don't know what the value of that piece of paper is. You tell me what you believe it's worth. You tell me what you believe you see there. Tell me. You got the badge. You're the border patrolman. Lovely kid. Wonderful, wonderful time we had there. He really did his job great. It was a lot of fun. There was no cursing. There was no yelling. He was laughing his ass off. Me and my buddy, we were laughing our asses off. But they're just trying to play a game, and I'm not falling for the game. So it's just a game they're playing with you, and you're getting all wrapped up and getting all excited and getting all upset. Over what? Play the game. Learn the words of the game. Enjoy the game. Like you hear Bali laughing in the show. He's thinking it's a lot of fun now. Bali used to jump up and down, scream, kick his feet like crazy, man. Bali was very upset for years. He used to see all the paperwork he generated. Now he looks at people's paperwork and laughs. He says, oh, these poor fools. He says, somebody sends him 10 pages. He says, I'm not reading this stuff, Karl. I refuse to do so. And Bali used to write hundreds of pages. And he's like, what a joke. He says, now he knows the game. He says, this is getting to be so much fun. All you folks have to know is to learn a game. These people just ask you very simple questions.
Yes. So, I'm kind of wondering now, should I just contact them first or wait for them to contact me?
Well, sure. Did you get a course? Did you get a letter from some government agency over there?
No, I haven't gotten anything yet. They haven't approached it in any way.
Okay, then what makes you believe that someday you're going to get a letter from this agency? What makes you think that this is going to happen?
Because I haven't lodged the tax return.
Oh, okay. And you just in Australia, they
they put it down in their pieces of paper that you should, every year you should lodge a tax return or whatever. But it's still based on voluntary. So if you
so you're telling me no man or woman has ever came up to you and said that you have to do this? You believe you're reading something on a piece of paper? Has any man or woman from this agency ever came to you and said, hello, fill this form out, or are you just reading it on a piece of paper?
No one's approached me, but they do, because I know people that have been approached after.
Okay, I'm asking you, has anybody from this agency ever approached you?
No.
Okay.
No one.
So what makes you believe that there's somewhere in the law that says you must know how to read and write? What happened if you were German and they handed you this piece of paper? Would a German man who lives in Australia be able to read this piece of paper?
Obviously not.
Obviously not. So what makes them, why do you have to have the ability to read? Who said that you must read? Is there a law in Australia that says you must read?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Then what makes you think that you have to read? Well, is there some law in Australia that says that you must put a paper in front of you and a pen in front of you and confess and tell the whole world everything about yourself? How much money you make, where you work, where you go, where you shop, what you buy? Is there something in Australia that says you have to put a pen in your hand, a piece of paper in front of you, and start confessing?
No.
Then why don't you just ask them simple questions like that instead of getting all silly? Where's that law that says I must pick up a pen, I must put ink in it, I must take a piece of paper before me and confess, and I must write where I work, how much money I make, what my children's names are? Why do you say, where's the law in Canada? Oh, Canada, Australia, that compels me to perform and confess for you people. How about just calm down and just think along those lines a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, huh?
Yeah,
That's why you need to listen to a lot more than 6 of my shows. You go on YouTube, just Google my name on YouTube. Just put it on YouTube.com, not YouTube.au if you got an Australia thing, just YouTube.com. And then get away from the Australian website and do quote-unquote, do my name, Karl Lentz. You know what quote-unquote means, Karl Lentz. And there's 300-400 shows in there, 300 little tiny sections, like 2-minute sections, 3-minute sections that I just said to you right now. Is there anything in Australian law that says a man or a woman must take paper, ink, and pen in their hand? They must sit down once a year and confess all the money they made that year. There's one law that says they have to do that. I didn't say citizen. I said if they're a man, it doesn't say a man and a woman, or a man or a woman.
Yeah,
that's all I consider myself. I just consider myself a man. It says, well, all Australian citizens. I was like, look, I don't know anything about Australian citizens, but I sure know I'm a man. I sure know I could go to any place on planet Earth as an Australian. I said, and I know I could go, say, China. I could go to Zaire. I could go to Ethiopia. I could go to Uganda. I could go to Nepal. And I guarantee when I go there, the people there will see me as a man. They won't know I'm Australian, but they know I'm a man. Well, they look at me and say, that's an Australian citizen for sure. Well, no, but they'll know I'm a man. So the only thing I'm definitely sure of, and I'm definitely aware of, is that I'm a man. Because you look back in 1988, 1989, there used to be something on planet Earth called Soviet Union citizens. Now, there is no more Soviet citizens. What happened? Did they all just disappear? Did you just tell me like 1 billion of them just walked off planet Earth? No, but you better believe there's there's a man there who's living in Moscow, and there's a man there who's living in Leningrad. He's still there. But is he a Soviet citizen anymore? No. So what happened? Did he just disappear as a man? No, he remained as a man. Is he a Soviet citizen anymore? Of course not. Soviet citizenship was ridiculous. He exists as a man. He doesn't exist as a Soviet citizen. That's ridiculous. Only on a piece of paper would it say that he's a Soviet citizen. Any place else on planet Earth, it's where he's a man. It's just very, see, my stuff is a lifestyle. My stuff is a belief. My stuff isn't something you read in a book. This is all simple common sense stuff that I do. I'm telling you, an Aborigine, where does he write his laws? On a rock? Where's an Aborigine? They've been there for 10,000 years. Where do they record their laws? In the dirt? On the backside of a kangaroo? Where do they record their law? In their hearts, in their minds, in their traditions, in their customs, in the people, in the way they live. That's how we carry on. That's called common law. That's all I do is common law. Common sense, common law. That's all I try to teach people is common sense. I don't teach anything out of books. You think I'm going to study Australian code? You got to be kidding me. You think I went over to England and helped Bali get out of that the predicament he was in, those 5 charges he had, because I started studying English law or English common law or English statutory codes? No. All I did in court was speak common sense. Sure, everything that man said Bali did was illegal. Sure, Bali's guilty of all that stuff, and his friend and the other 2 Punjabis. Sure. Fine. Who cares? That 1, they haven't done anything wrong. 2, this is a common law land. And 3, there's no man is claiming that no man has come forth and made a claim that he's done any harm to them. There's been no wrong. So what's the point of this poor barrister guy and the Crown prosecutor going on and on and on for 2 hours? What a waste of time. We already said everything Bali did was illegal. We already said he's guilty as charged. In a common law land, you still need a man to come forth and make a claim that Bali did something wrong. It's that simple. That's what I'm trying to say, ma'am. It's the same thing with an Aborigine. They would have to come forth within their little tribe, and they'd have to say that the man there has done something wrong. And then by their customs or beliefs or practices, they'll deal with it accordingly. That's all. You don't have to get locked up in the paper world, just like the Aboriginal people for 10,000 years. They didn't get locked up in the paper world. You're not bound by a piece of paper. They're not. Well, if you wish to be bound by a piece of paper, go for it. But look at this piece of paper that is in front of you. It's 8.5 by 11. They say to you on this piece of paper, they say, is this you? You say, what, are you crazy? Do I look like I'm 8.5 inches wide by 11 inches tall? Of course I'm not a piece of paper. This is ridiculous. So you got to start getting the concept in your mind that a piece of paper world is over here and the world of man is over there. So when they try to say, well, the Act of Australia, 1972, it's like, are you talking about a piece of paper? Are you saying a piece of paper? Yeah, but I'm not a piece of paper. I'm not bound in that paper. I'm over here. I act like a man. Well, ED means that something that happened in the past. So obviously you want your property returned.
Yes.
You want the return of property or the restoration of property. ED means something that happened in the past.
Right.
Say if you had the children now, you say your property was returned. That's fine.
Correct.
But your property hasn't been returned, so obviously you can't say I want my property returned. So what? Something that happened in the past you want to happen again? This makes no sense.
Well, my children have been going in the past and returned to me in various forms, you know, for various places. But I hear you. So I understand the present tense. Is that what you're referring to? Speaking in the present?
Yeah, you have to speak in present tense when it's necessary, right, and when it's proper.
So,
like I said, you didn't speak in the present tense, and that's why people always say, Karl, why do you always have to be, so hard on these people? Why do you, because it's sloppy and it's laziness, and it's a loophole that you're going to give the court, or the Crown prosecutor, state prosecutor, you're going to give him that loophole that he can wiggle his way out of. It's like, good, she said she wants a property return. Woo! That's impossible. It cannot be returned. Ha-ha.
I hear you.
And you'll say, wait a second, what do you mean it can't be returned? Nope, ha-ha, can't be returned. Ha-ha. And you'll be like, what, you bastard? It's mine, give it back. And that's not what he said. You misspoke. You can't do something that's already happened in the past. You said something that happened in the past, and you can say, well, Karl, why do they have to be such little bastards about what they do? Why do they have to treat us like this? It's like because they're trying to cure you from being lazy and sloppy.
you.